We are honored that this conference on children is being held here. We believe firmly in what you all are all here today to do. Our children are so important, and how we treat our children is really a measure of what kind of people we are and what we will become. And the school here is just thrilled to have you. Many, many years ago, when the dust settled from the Mexican-U.S. War in 1848, the border was firmly established at Brownsville between Texas and the United States and Mexico. And at that time, there were many, many people, very poor, living in very rural areas. And the oblates were brought from France, came on a boat, got off, bought horses, didn't speak English or Spanish, and rode up and down trying to help the poor people of South Texas. It's in our blood to do the kind of things that you're doing today, and it's a real honor for us to have you here on the campus. Kathy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning. We have Spanish-English interpreting services. Equipment is in this corner. Buenos días. Si usted desea interpretación al español, tenemos el equipo aquí en esa esquina donde está señalando mi colega. Muchas gracias.
I have to say, Brian and his staff here at the Whitley Center and at the Oblate School are absolutely a joy to work with. They are just wonderful. Welcome again. We're so glad you're here. I'm up on a stool here, so hopefully I will not fall off, but okay. I want to say some thank yous first. First, as always, to United Way. United Way has been the major sponsor of Congress on Children for now 15 years. And United Way is the reason the registration fees continue to be incredibly low for the quality of conference we're able to put on. So we are very grateful to our partners at United Way. They work with us in many ways. I'd like to thank our board members, the board of directors of Voices for Children, and if they would stand real quickly, those of the board that are here. Some of them are very new, and this is their first Congress, and they have taken off from their busy personal and professional lives to be here, so we're very grateful. I need to thank my staff. Small though it is, they're amazing. The first person who many of you know because he helps a lot of us is the remarkable Adam Dusenberry, and I have no clue where he is. And after a year of looking and not finding what we needed, we have in the past few months acquired 4 amazing interns. They are just remarkable, and we would not have been able to do all of this without them. The unfortunate part about these interns, or any interns, is that they will leave us. And they will go finish their educations or go on to law school. But I can tell you that anyone, no matter where they land, and anyone who gets any one of these 4 is getting a star. So thank you, guys. I don't know where you are. There are 2 over here, and probably the other 2 are registering people, but they're fantastic. One other little announcement. If at some point you have empty seats at your table and there are people in the back, which there may be as we go on through the day, if you know that that seat is not taken, could you raise your hand? And I think we're okay right now. But if there are empty seats anywhere that you know are not going to be taken, would you let someone else take that seat? Okay. Voices for Children started in 1996, and a number of the people who were instrumental in beginning it are in this room, or who will be doing some of the, or involved in some of the presentations. Many of us still work together. I have the pleasure of having come back 2.5 years ago as the CEO of Voices. We started out as a vision for children, looking to see how rather than all of us working together at the same things all the time, seeing each other coming and going, we could maybe start affecting some underlying causes and some looking at some policy issues. Our major areas of focus are early care and education, child abuse and neglect, and infant and child health and safety. We've been involved in a number of initiatives in the past year or so. A big one that's taken off is our early childhood training initiative, which is combined advocacy and action. Rather than talking about the importance of early child care, we have been essentially rallying a big constituency in each of the city council districts and putting them before city leaders, essentially, so that they not only receive excellent training from our many community partners, but the city leaders see the need and see this constituency and how important the work is they do. So that's been terrific. We are beginning to work more with United Way and SA 2020 and many partners on abuse and neglect prevention, which we absolutely have to do in this community. Let's see. I have some housekeeping issues before we go on to anything else. If the balloons are interfering with your vision, please feel free to let the air out of them. Do not pop them, but I think they're held together with clips that you can pretty easily open. So feel free to get rid of the balloons, okay? Restrooms are out this door and make a left at the first hallway. Coffee and tea will be provided while they last. NOWCast is streaming online, so these folks you will see in the back, that's what they're doing. And they will also be live streaming some of the afternoon workshops. All of the presentations and the data report are on the flash drive that is part of your lanyard. So everything is there. Anything that has not been included at the time we needed to get everything going, even though it may not be printed, will be on that, and everything will be on the Congress webpage also and available for download. Let's see. Please fill out your evaluations. Next year's Congress will be the last Friday in September. And I think that's all. Oh, one other thing, CEUs. For those who need CEUs, the CEU form is also digitally on your lanyard, on that flash drive that's on your lanyard. What you need to do is print it out, put your name on it, and the contact for whatever discipline you need your CEUs for, the contact information is also on that form, so it's all there. Okay. We have a brief video to show you. It will tell you essentially why we're here, and it looks at the opportunities that come with the birth of every child and what the opportunities are with that child, with children, with babies, and what the real cost of not taking advantage of those opportunities really are. So with that, we'll take a look at the video.
fill out your tax return? Why not?
I don't want to.
Very good.
When we decided we were going to make the focus this year on the early roots and the early emotional development of children and the roots of their emotional well-being or lack of, we went looking for the perfect speaker, and we found her. Robin Karr-Morse has been a social worker and therapist working with children in juvenile justice systems and child welfare and with pre-parenting, pregnant, and parenting teens. From her work, she realized the roots of who we all are and our relationships to others and to society begin in the cradle. Her first book, Ghosts from the Nursery, is a tremendous contribution to early childhood and the infant mental health field. After it was published in the late 90s, she spent the next year making about 100 keynote addresses on ghosts around the country. Her recent book, Scared Sick, is equally important to all of us here who work with children and who parent babies and children. Robin told me that the most important thing I should share and tell you about her is that she's a mother. She's a biological mother, an adoptive mother, a foster mother, and the delighted grandmother of 4 children. And she has her priorities straight, obviously, so I am very, very pleased to introduce Robin Karr-Morse.
I'm not sure I need this stool, so I'm a little taller than Kathy. Good morning. It's really early morning for me. I'm on West Coast time, so I was waking up at 4 my time this morning. So if I'm a little groggy, you'll forgive me. I want to thank ahead of time Adam, who has been very key to this already. We were backstage working on the video. If anything can ever go wrong, it's the technology. But I'm truly honored to be here to speak to a group of people whose work is so key to the future of this beautiful part of the world, this state. I've heard a little, I got to go last night to dinner with Kathy and with Madeline, and we talked a little bit about general policy. I've been working in children's social policy, preventive social policy for the last 30 years. And it sounds like you have a really strong cadre of people here who care about how this crazy world works and are getting the fact that it all begins in the womb. It begins very early. The fact that we don't understand as a nation that people begin in the beginning and that we can do the most then is still a lesson that we have ahead of us, a task we have ahead of us. People keep saying, when are you going to retire? Because I'm old. And I keep saying I'll probably die in my chair. I have a private practice in Portland and have had it for about 37 years, and I truly love it. But this is where we all begin, and it's the most important piece. We're overlooking it. I'm going to introduce this book to you, Scared Sick, today by conducting a little poll. And all you really have to do is raise your hands. You might also look around and see who else is raising their hand. It's very interesting. So, how many of you here today know at least one person, either yourself or a family member, a spouse, child, sibling, parent, or someone you love or just know well, like a neighbor or coworker, who has been seriously affected by hypertension or heart attack? How about hardening of the arteries or stroke? How about arrhythmias or atrial fib? Ischemic heart disease? COPD? Type 2 diabetes? High cholesterol? Osteoporosis or osteoarthritis? How about inflammation or autoimmune disorders like lupus or MS? Depression or anxiety? Yeah. How about alcohol tobacco or other drugs, addiction? How about obesity? Fibromyalgia? How about Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia? So, now, how many of you raised your hand just once? Okay, about 5 of you. How many of you raised your hands twice? How about 3 times? How many of you raised your hands 4 times or more? And last question of all, is there anyone who didn't raise their hand at all? What you've just witnessed is a snapshot of the toll of pathologies linked to toxic stress. We can experience toxic stress at any time of life, but when this occurs chronically in the beginning of life, in the first 1,000 days of life, when our systems are just getting set up structurally and chemically, it's particularly impactful, and it can be formative in our physical, emotional, and behavioral health. We all know the expression, the elephant in the room. You know, I wonder if it would be helpful if we lights just a little bit. Is that doable so we can see the slides just a little more clearly? Is there anyone who can do that, or do we not have that capacity? Where's Kathy? What do you think, Kathy? If there's any ability to dim the lights, I think it would really help when we get into talking about the brain. It really is true that a picture is worth 1,000 words, so I'd like you to be able to see what's on the screen, and I have also some written slides, so that'll help a lot. Thank you. Once again, you're the hero. Thank you. So we talk about the elephant in the room. There's a huge elephant in the room reflected in the little poll we've just done, an elephant that's leaving its mark across every community in our country. And not only do we not talk about it, we don't generally even recognize that the elephant is present or what the elephant really is. I'm getting ahead of myself here. We'll name the elephant in a few minutes. Some of you may have read our first book, this is Ghosts from the Nursery. Ghosts presented a very startling idea, well borne out in the research, that the roots of violence can begin in the womb and may be well entrenched by the time a child is in preschool. We are, by the way, just in the process of reissuing Ghosts from the Nursery. We have updated all the data, all the research, and the reason we're reissuing it is because after Newtown last year, in December of 2012, there was literally no discussion in the media about the beginnings of life and where Adam Lanza came from. We heard a lot about gun control. We're still hearing a lot about gun control, and we need to hear a lot more. But we heard about adolescent mental health. No one talked about the brain. The fact is that the brain is what kills people. People kill people. Guns can be available, and certainly we should get a better handle on how they're available, but it's people, it's brains that control that behavior, and we're not doing very well by them in our nation. This book is coming out in November in advance of the first anniversary of Newtown, so that we can introduce this topic into the media, into the press, and hopefully this year we'll see some take on a little deeper look at the Adam Lanzas of the world and what we can do about them. Scared Sick is written as a companion piece to Ghosts from the Nursery. Like Ghosts from the Nursery, it communicates the impact of our earliest experiences on all that we become as individuals, as communities, and as a nation. But while Ghosts from the Nursery was born of the then emerging research on the brain, the new news now is not about just the brain. It's about the interfacing of the brain with the immune and the endocrine systems. They are all connected. They use the same hormones and the same pathways in the body. In fact, they're so integrated that the newest department at NIH, the National Institute of Health, is the Department of Psycho-Endo-Neuroimmunology. It's known as PENNY. This is the new frontier, and it's reshaping medicine, and you'll see this coming on in the next few years. For the last dozen years, as Meredith and I traveled around the country and around the world talking about Ghosts from the Nursery, wherever we went, there was usually someone in the audience who said something like this. They'd say, okay, So, Robin, now I get how early brain development can be hijacked by the effects of abuse or neglect in early life, so that some of these kids become aggressive or violent. But how do you explain, you said yourself, that the majority of kids who are abused or neglected never become aggressive or violent? Do the majority of maltreated children emerge unscathed? Well, I'm a family therapist, so I knew that the answer to that was no. But at the time, we simply didn't have the science to answer that question well. Now we do. That's why we wrote Scared Sick. Scared Sick is the story of people who endure early years, early adverse experiences, but don't typically become aggressive or violent. This may also be your story. We didn't know at the time that we wrote Scared Sick. Meredith, I'm the writer. Meredith helps me with editing and research. But she and I both began to realize as we began to write this book and read the research that we could be the poster children for this book. We weren't abused or neglected, either one of us, but we both had strong trauma early in our lives. We had no idea that that was the case until we began reading the science. How many of you are familiar with Kaiser Permanente's Adverse Childhood Experience Study, the ACE study? A handful of you. I would strongly encourage all of you to get online, just Google Adverse Childhood Experience or ACE. It's pretty amazing. For us, this was the first indication that information was now emerging in the science that might answer that question that we heard from audience members across the country about people who are not violent, not aggressive, but who began their lives facing traumatic circumstances. Published in 2003, the ACE study, led by doctors Vincent Folletti and Robert Anda, correlated the middle-aged health outcomes of several thousand Kaiser patients with their self-reported childhood histories. These middle-class, primarily white, educated patients who lived in San Diego answered very specific questions about their childhood experiences. This was a study that grew out of a preventive health clinic in San Diego run by Folletti. He had opened a clinic that focused particularly on obesity, and they had a pretty foolproof way of helping people lose up to 300 pounds a year. And what they began to notice with this clinic was that the people who were doing the very best in the program, many of them, were dropping away. And so they began calling and interviewing these people about why that was happening. And they found that for many people, the loss of weight was the loss of insulation and protection against being seen, particularly sexually. So Folletti began to wonder about what had happened. And so he developed a small questionnaire, and then when he was at the CDC presenting this information, he met Anda, and the two of them put together a larger questionnaire, and now the science is pretty jaw-dropping. Adverse childhood experiences included child abuse and neglect, incarceration of a family member, domestic violence, drug or alcohol abuse by a family members with mental illness or who had attempted suicide, and finally parental loss due to divorce, separation, death, or desertion. From the start, the data was riveting. It shocked even the researchers. 2/3 of this population, now again, remember, these are white, middle-class, educated San Diegans, reported experiences in one or more categories. 42% were exposed to 2 or more categories. 1 in 9 were exposed to 5 or more. More than a quarter were beaten as children, and more than a quarter had grown up with an alcoholic or drug abuser. When researchers correlated their adverse experience scores with their adult health records, they found that patients with a score of 4 or more, and this was a moderate ACE score, were twice as likely to smoke, 7 times more likely to be alcoholic, 6 times more likely to have had sex before the age of 16, 46 times more likely to be depressed, 12 times more likely to commit suicide. A boy with an ACE score of 6 is 460% more likely to use intravenous drugs. Patients with a score of 4 or more were also twice as likely to have heart disease, twice as likely to have cancer, had 2 to 4 times the rates of hypertension or diabetes type 2. They were at a 30 to 70% higher risk of ischemic heart disease. This is the #1 killer of Americans, by the way, #1 cause of death. They were 2.5 times more likely to have COPD. They were 4 times more likely to have chronic bronchitis or emphysema. So, for us, this was the first step, and it turns out to be the first chapter in Scared Sick. But as I read this research in about 2004, I wanted to know why. I realized this was probably leading to the answer, do the majority of children who are maltreated emerge unscathed? No. But I wanted to know how it worked. I wanted to know what accounted for the correlations. Why did this occur physically in the body? And why and when and what can we do about it? This is the core of Scared Sick. In a nutshell, recent increased knowledge in biology validates what many of us have known for a long time in our hearts, that what happens to us emotionally happens to us physically. Our bodies are affected. Positive emotions, love, gratitude, feelings of connection and attachment to people, a sense of achievement or accomplishment, these are healthy and healing experiences that help mitigate against disease. But the opposite's also true. Chronic negative emotionality, especially fear, but also chronic experiences of frustration, rage, shame, and grief, can catalyze whatever genetic proclivities we may have toward disease. For one of us, that may be heart disease. For another, it may be cancer, or diabetes, or arthritis, or fibromyalgia. What I'd like you to leave with this morning is a very basic understanding of how this works in your body and in growing bodies across the world. To clearly understand the emotion-disease equation is to understand 2 pieces of newly emerging research about human physiology. One of these is new information from genetics, specifically the role of epigenetics. And the second is the impact on our bodies of the overuse of the response that we refer to as fight-flight. We're going to begin with genetics because this is where many of us do begin, including many doctors whose first response to a diagnosis of, say, high blood pressure or high cholesterol or arthritis is, well, this is likely genetic for you since your dad and grandpa or your mom and grandma had the same problem. In reality, for many of the problems we just covered in our little poll, genes may not be the problem. As we look closer at many ailments, we begin to realize that the reason that so many have been viewed as genetic is that we learn our emotional responses to stress and threat and tension from our families, usually long before we ever go to school. Really? Isn't most disease caused by genetics? Some really interesting new findings here. The Human Genome Project was concluded in 2003. And many of you will remember this. Remember, we had high hopes for things like tailor-made drugs, drugs that work just for our bodies, for our genome, and so on. But the project came up far short of solving several problems that scientists anticipated, and it basically produced far more questions than answers. The reason that solutions were so difficult to come by is that scientists found that circulating around DNA in our genes are little proteins that affect how the genes actually perform. So inside our cells, we have DNA. DNA contains the blueprints or building blocks of life. DNA is the what of the blueprint. But surrounding DNA are these little non-coding proteins that circulate around DNA. These proteins respond to environmental influences that are conveyed chemically in the body. What they basically do is adjust how DNA will function. They will cause certain genes to be expressed and others to be repressed based on their sensing of the environment around the individual. This is all in an effort to keep an organism alive, able to survive whatever environmental realities that they're born into or enduring. So the sheer number of potential combinations of interactions between these proteins and the environment greatly complicates predictability based entirely on DNA. This is how environment is communicated in the body. These processes are called epigenetic. Literally, that means above the genome. They occur around DNA while not changing the basic order. They'll shut some genes off and cause others to be expressed. So within our cells, along with DNA that remains stable, we inherit these amazing dynamic processes, chemical processes, that surround and communicate instructions to our genes, like little microscopes, like little satellites that are rapidly responding to their surroundings. These problems respond to the surroundings in the body. They react to a host of variables, including viral infections, hormones, aspects of diet, toxins like alcohol, prescribed and non-prescribed drugs, byproducts of plastics and other still unrecognized toxins in the environment. We went to dinner last night and we all began talking about cancer. All of us have had some kind of experience. We know very well that there are things occurring in our environment, in our world right now, that are causing some of these problems. How do they cause those problems? They cause them through the epigenetic influence. Scientists believe that up to 70% of the contribution to a given disease can be epigenetic. This isn't to say that all forms of cancer or all forms of any disease are epigenetically communicated, only that up to 70% of them are very likely communicated that way. Interestingly, not only our own experiences, but those of our parents or even our grandparents with any of the above variables, the variables that I just mentioned, can influence our genetic outcomes. So here's an example. This is a little water flea. They're not insects, they're actually tiny crustaceans. What's interesting about water fleas is that when you look at a group of them, all of them have identical DNA. You can see that some among them, however, have a spiny helmet on their heads that protect them from predators, while others are helmetless, they're bareheaded. So why the difference? The answer is that if the mother water flea had a bout with a predator, typically a bite on the head, her babies are born with helmets. If her life was not threatened, no helmets for the babies. The experience of the mother is transmitted to the offspring. The helmeted babies have been prepared to survive an epigenetically perceived threat. Nature is full of examples like this. Another one is rabbits. Rabbits, when the balance of nature produces more predatory animals than another year, when there are a great number of predators, the babies inside the pregnant mother will receive her chemistry. We bathe in the chemistry of our mothers when we're in the womb. And they will be born hypervigilant. Why? To survive and be able to defend themselves against this increased rate of predators. The second piece of physiology that is key to understanding the trauma-disease connection is the effect of what we call fight-flight on the body, specifically on the immune and endocrine systems. We've known for some time that stress can have a negative effect on our health, but when toxic stress is experienced chronically early in our lives, the effect on our health can pave the way to chronic disease. Here's how this works. When we perceive a threat, this is the stress slide. When we perceive a threat to our well-being, in this case it's a snarling dog, images, smells, sounds, any perception of threat coming in through the senses will immediately trigger the fight-flight response in our bodies, beginning with the amygdala. The amygdala is the alarm center in the brain. It instantaneously sets off what is called the HPA axis, or fight-flight, by sending an emergency response to the hypothalamus, the H, also in the brain, so that if you see these, you see that the amygdala sits just above the hypothalamus there in the brain, so that hormones can be secreted that will allow us to mount and defeat the threat. The hypothalamus now sends two sets of messages simultaneously, chemical messages. The first one goes to the pituitary gland, the P, which will in turn send a message to the outside layer of the adrenal glands. This will trigger the production of cortisol. The adrenal glands sit down here on the top of the kidneys. So this goes to the outside layer and will get cortisol produced. Then a second message goes from the hypothalamus directly to the core of our adrenal glands. And this second message will cause the medulla, the center part of the gland, of the adrenal gland, to produce adrenaline. So here we go. We've now engaged the HPA axis, which is the connection between these three vital systems, between the brain, the immune, and the endocrine systems, all activated by fight, flight, by fear. These two hormones, adrenaline and cortisol, are the messengers that allow these systems to talk to each other. The two will counterbalance each other. Adrenaline will enable the body to mobilize internal systems to defeat the threat, and then once the threat is passed, cortisol will calm the systems so that they return to a balanced state. This is a life-saving system, as long as it's balanced by being used as it was intended, as an acute response. Adrenaline, the mobilizing hormone, increases our heart rate, increases blood pressure, makes us hypervigilant, and stimulates the immune system, readying the body to defeat a threat and be ready for a potential wound. Cortisol, the demobilizing hormone, will gentle these same systems once the threat has passed, particularly the immune response. If it doesn't calm the immune response down, it will go into overdrive and begin attacking our own organs and functions. The problem is when this system is called on too often. Either of the stress hormones can become dysregulated, weakening the very organs they were meant to protect and setting the stage for various diseases. The diseases caused by dysregulation of these two hormones by chronic stress includes all of those that were referenced in the ACE study: hypertension, heart attack, arrhythmias and atrial fibrillation, hardening of the arteries and stroke, ischemic heart disease, COPD, type 2 diabetes, high cholesterol, osteoporosis, osteoarthritis, liver disease, inflammation and autoimmune disorders, depression, anxiety, and addiction. So these are the pathologies that can be triggered by the overuse of fight-flight. But there is another phase to what we think of as fight-flight, when we can neither fight or flee, as is so true of an infant, obviously, so that adrenaline and cortisol can't accomplish the job. Terror in the face of helplessness, whether it's real or perceived, will trigger this third state called freeze. If we are helpless, as a baby invariably is, neither fighting or fleeing are options. This is when we freeze. This state of mind, freeze state, results from the total overwhelm of the brain due to the failure of fight-flight and is also known as trauma. In trauma, all of the same processes take place internally as in extreme stress, but we have nowhere to go, no ability to fight or flee. All of our internal systems for action are mobilized, but we can't go forward. The energy summoned cannot be released. Under these conditions, overcome by terror, like an electrical appliance receiving too strong a current, we simply switch off. We freeze and dissociate. Now a different arm of our nervous system takes over, essentially preparing us for death. This is the parasympathetic system under the direction of this amazing nerve called the vagus nerve, which will now reduce heart rate, reduce blood pressure, and release dopamine, Mother Nature's own calming and pain-killing agent. Increased levels of dopamine are numbing. We feel removed from reality, in shock. We're at once hyper-aroused and in a fog. Our thinking, our cortical brains are hardly available to us, and we're often without words. In trauma or freeze state, adrenaline that stimulates heart rate, raises blood pressure and so on, the activating hormone, and cortisol, meant to calm these same functions, are operant at the same time and are stuck without release, creating the strangely cycling symptoms of trauma-triggered diseases. The unregulated back and forth cycles of the organs affected is the hallmark of trauma-related diseases. Diseases linked specifically to trauma include fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue, irritable bowel, GERD, and mitral valve prolapse. Each is characterized by this cyclical dysregulation of physical functions for which there is no discernible anatomical abnormality. In most mammals, think of a deer or a moose that's stunned by being hit by a car, but alive and waking up from the shock. As they emerge, if they're hit, they'll go down, obviously, and then as they begin to come out of the shock, they release the fight-flight energy. Their legs will shake violently as if they're running, and they'll tremble, and then they'll run off. In humans, this release simply doesn't occur. Trauma is fear frozen in the body. For many of us, this is a childhood pattern. It's held unrecognized and unworked until, as adults, it comes to our attention as physical symptoms of long-held trauma. When most of us think of the term trauma, we think of disasters, a car accident, war, or events like Katrina or 9/11. We each have an adult nervous system that is, by contrast to that of infants, a system that is potentially, at least, well insulated by early experiences that were positive and have taught us some degree of self-regulation of those emotions. But for the infant's new and raw system, still uninsulated by any experience, trauma can result not just from a single overwhelming experience like child abuse or the death of a parent, but also from the accumulation of a myriad little traumas that accumulate and collectively overstimulate that new raw little system, overwhelming the child's ability to cope. What constitutes little traumas from a baby's perspective are gestating in a highly stressed mommy. This actually bathes the baby's brain like the little rabbit's brain in the same chemicals that mother is generating to survive her own fear. And it wires the baby to heightened vulnerability to stress after birth. Babies can actually be born traumatized. Prenatal alcohol consumption. These babies often, while looking normal at birth, have nervous systems already affected by the substances mom took to numb her own system. Prematurity or early chronic pain. Preemies are probably the most vulnerable humans on the planet because their nervous systems are not yet ready for touch or light or sound outside the womb. Preemies in the NICU experience an average of 10 to 15 painful events every day. Unnecessary traumatic delivery and birthing practices, including high rates of inductions and cesareans, have a dysregulating effect on the brains and bodies of babies. Again, this can be mitigated by exceptional care after birth. Maternal depression, this is the one that surprised me the most in doing the research on Scared Sick. Maternal depression, because it interferes with mother's ability to attune and attach to her baby, it actually has an impact on the infant brain no less devastating than child abuse or neglect. Can you figure out why? Because that brand new little brain, the way that we learn to calm ourselves is with an external agent. So if mom isn't there to pick up on how the baby is doing in terms of the baby's state, and then help regulate that, they're there, it's okay, it's okay. Or, hey, time to eat, raising state, lowering state, all of that is done. That our brains in the beginning are regulated by our caregiver's brain. Usually it's a mom, but I know a lot of dads are doing that now and doing it confidently. But it's that connection that builds our ability for self-regulation. When it doesn't happen, babies are left adrift with their own raw system reacting to whatever. It disavails depression, maternal depression disavails mothers from the attachment relationship. Mother's nervous system, dysregulated by depression, creates the same in her baby. You all remember when Brooke Shields went pretty public with her own postpartum depression. And this is a growing understanding that we're getting in our culture. Early separation from primary attachment figures through death, hospitalization, foster care, adoption, desertion, or any prolonged absence. Any prolonged break in the stable envelope of love and connection to a baby is traumatic and causes the loss of synaptic connections in the brain at the single most opportune time for their development. I'm going to show you a piece of film I think is interesting. Oh. Are we there, Adam? Yep, I'm going to pull it up. Okay. We knew we'd have this issue. Here we go.
I think he was, if you could call a baby that, he was an activist, you know. He liked to be held all the time, you know. He liked to feel somebody's arms around him. He was able to love back, but afterwards, no. All they could see were the physical problems or absence of problems. They didn't seem to be very responsive to how a child felt
60-some-year-old son.
emotionally. I don't think there was much research on how babies feel about things. Well, at first, he would cry, and he would reach out to me, and I'd hug him. But as time went on, he became more and more aloof and distant and didn't respond to me. It's as if he didn't believe that I would come back and that I could take him home. Well, how can a nine-month-old baby, how can he know that, or how can he understand that when you try to tell him? So each time that I went, the distance, the aloofness was worse until he ended up like a rag doll, you know, just limp and completely unresponsive. Every minute we had at home was spent, you know, holding him, talking to him, trying to stimulate some sort of response. He became very interested in things, but no response to people.
Not even to you?
Not even, oh no, me worse than ever. You know, I was the one, as far as he could understand, a 9-month-old, you know, was that I abandoned him in the hospital. I let a stranger take him away, and I did nothing about it. It was very troubling to have a child that you loved very much, but was so distant.
Many of you will recognize who this was. Others of you who are younger may not remember the Unabomber. Ted Kaczynski he's been in jail for the last, how many years? 35 years or something. It's been a long time. 30 years, 25 years, I don't know how long. Anyway, that was Wanda Kaczynski, his mother. She died earlier this year. She was 96. And she maintained from the time of his arrest, that she had done everything she knew how to do to try to get help for this little boy. His brother David, for those of you who remember the story, was the one who turned him in when the stories, or the letters that he had been writing to officials to whom he was also sending bombs, were printed when they heard his manifesto, when David heard the manifesto or read the manifesto that Kaczynski, his brother Ted, was finally printed in the paper. He recognized the sound of it. He'd been radicalized for a long time. This is a family, a Jewish family. Their huge value in that family was on education. They lived near Harvard. She took him in to specialists all the time. I mean, there's a lot of oversight about children like Ted. But she maintains that she had one kind of baby before his hospitalization and another kind afterwards. Now, very likely there is also another piece to this. He could have been an Asperger's child. He could have had other issues. Asperger's wasn't available as a diagnosis, as you know, at that time. But she has always felt that that experience changed this child. When she describes the rag doll, I was there interviewing her. It was particularly poignant. I mean, it was very clear that she had seen a substantial change in the brain-based adjustment of that baby. He gave up, and he turned away from expecting people to be there for him. Babies are all different. You know, we come into the world with different nervous systems, different degrees of stress from our womb-based experience. But this is a time of tremendous vulnerability, particularly for those of us who had a traumatic womb-based experience, are born with traumatic situations going on around us, and we hit situations like a hospitalization very differently than a child who has not had that experience in the womb, is born to a very nurturing environment, and so forth. This is another of the issues that we kind of take for granted, and I'm going to continue to list little traumas now for babies, which no one of them by themselves is typically enough to traumatize a child. It's the accumulation of them in the first 1,000 days particularly, but the accumulation of them early in life, period. Medical practices. Circumcision is a common example. Hospitalization, even doctor visits, can be traumatizing for a very hypervigilant baby. Encouraging and supporting parents to be there with their babies, to be the holders, the soothers, to stay right with the baby all the way through any procedure that they're having is imperative. And again, no one experience is going to compromise the child's health. It's the chronic continuum of stressors that will take a baby off course. Most early trauma, by the way, is born of ignorance. It's unintended. An example was actually just 25 years ago. I met a doctor, I don't remember your name, but I don't know if you remember this. You probably do. 25 years ago in pediatric practice, it was just 25 years ago, that doctors routinely operated on newborns and infants without anesthesia. Open heart surgeries, abdominal surgeries, surgeries for cleft palate and spina bifida were each typically performed using a paralytic drug, but no pain medicine. They still believed at that time that babies' nervous systems were so informed that they could not feel pain. We wrote this in Scared Sick. When you write a book to a good publisher, you know, they have all kinds of staff that review it before it gets published. And we got a call from the attorney at Basic Books who said, wait a minute, you know, there's this, on page something or another, you talked about, it's just 25 years ago. At the time that Scared Sick was printed, it was actually 24 years ago. But she said, how could it be? This isn't right. And I said, so we looked it up, and it was amazingly recent. My youngest son is 30. And so in his lifetime, in the lifetime of all of my children, this has been the case. So as you begin to look around at some of the things that are going on in our world, you realize that we've all been submitted to a lot of things that we simply did not recognize as traumatic. Inadequate, insensitive, or unpredictable child care is a big one. High-quality child care is still the exception and not the rule in our communities. Who's laughing? Are we talking about? Domestic violence. Yeah, isn't that amazing that you just have a sign up for a ball game? Great. Domestic violence. If a mom and a dad are fighting, of course this is toxic to the baby. That little HPA axis is going to be constantly revving up and more vulnerable to future or subsequent forms of stress. If babies witness violence, this is full-on trauma. Divorce and custody arrangements. The primary concern in far too many courts is being fair to the adults, dividing the child evenly so that each parent feels okay about it. But developmental realities around attachment, breastfeeding, and a secure base need to be even more sensitively factored into parenting plans than they are in most courts. When trauma shapes earliest life, a time when we've not yet learned language to record our thoughts, the experience registers in the brain not primarily as a conscious, rational thought, a language-based experience in our brain, and it doesn't register in declarative or conscious verbal memory. Rather, it registers as a somatic or a feeling memory, which is registered in the procedural unconscious memory in the lower brain. Stored as a sensation, there are no words attached often to these memories. Such experiences can be very difficult to access in a therapist's office, and particularly in a medical office. Fortunately, there are several new and highly effective therapeutic techniques like EMDR, tapping, brain spotting, sensory motor therapy that target the brain and focus on physical signs and signals of deeply stored trauma. For those of us who recognize that trauma may have had a role in our own lives, Scared Sick includes a whole chapter on effective healing. The name of that chapter is Rockabye, and it discusses several forms of non-traditional therapeutic techniques as well, including dance. Think about how societies have survived trauma throughout history. Dance, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, is similar to the kinds of techniques we're now finding actually floats out trauma. Yoga, qigong, drumming, meditation, and massage. It's through ritual that we've survived over thousands of years of trauma in the form of war, genocide, and so on. There's something about bilateral stimulation of the brain that will unstick fear frozen in the brain. We don't know exactly how it works, but we know particularly that when this has occurred early in life, that these techniques are very effective. The bottom line is that regardless of the exceptions in this room, we're a nation of idiots about infancy, and we're often blindsided to daily sources of trauma to a brand new brain. These are subtle things. They're well embedded and taken for granted in our culture. Most are mistakes of ignorance. I still remember a People magazine. Have you all seen this teen mom stuff on TV? That's pretty amazing. The callousness with which the kids aren't, the teen moms were themselves not raised in a wonderful way, and they're very casual about all the things that we've talked about. They're simply unaware. They love their babies. Most teen moms do love their babies. They just don't have a prayer of knowing how to behave in a way that is truly protective of that brand new little nervous system, because theirs is still developing. I remember this amazing article that was on Britney Spears. This was at a time when her two little boys were removed from her care because she'd been hospitalized for the fourth time for what appeared to be addiction or mental illness. I never heard, I don't know that they disclosed what it was that she was going through, but remember when she shaved her head and did all kinds of strange things, and she was hospitalized. The article quoted a so-called, in quote marks, a respected New York psychologist as saying that fortunately, given the boys' ages of 3 and less than 2 years, they were too young, and that this would have no long-range impact. We too often, as Americans, buy the idea that what doesn't kill us will make us stronger. But emotional strength is totally dependent on first building a modulated nervous system. In the first 1,000 days of life, our nervous systems are very much under construction. We're dependent on careful care. In Scared Sick, we talk about the concept of a fourth trimester, a necessary time after birth, as is true for a baby kangaroo, for parents to be keenly aware and tuned in to the sensitivity of the raw system and the importance of a single attachment relationship in protecting that system. This is a time when neurons can be lost either through overstimulation, especially by pain or neglect, or by understimulation, resulting most profoundly from separation from the attachment relationship. Usually the result of depression, drugs, immaturity, other forms of mental illness, or ignorance about appropriate forms of stimulation, which does not include the television. Dr. Suni Anand, this is one of my favorite people on the planet. He's one of the real-life heroes for vulnerable infants. He's a Rhodes Scholar, he's a developmental neonatologist who continues to valiantly assert against the belief by many of his peers that babies do, in fact, feel pain. Suni puts it this way: we're not losing the battle with China or Korea because of the math and science scores of our high school students. We're losing because our babies are losing synapses at an alarming rate in the beginning of life. As a nation and as a species, we simply don't get how critical the brain and nervous system are to everything we become, physically, emotionally, and behaviorally. And we don't get how vulnerable that little system is in the beginning, or how important it is to have an attachment relationship. A protective attachment relationship is the baby's best health insurance. So how is this panning out for our kids in our nation? You've got a little bit of data from the video this morning. 1 in 5 children in our country being mentally ill. Here's some other realities. Among the 7 largest industrialized nations in the world, the U.S. ranks last on infant mortality rates and longevity. We live shorter and we die too young too often in this country. The well-being of American children ranks 20th among 21 rich democracies. We're behind Poland, Greece, and Hungary. 1 in 3 children born 5 years ago in this country will develop diabetes in their lifetime. Child abuse death rates in the U.S. are far higher than in all of the 7 largest industrialized countries, 3 times higher than Canada, 11 times higher than in Italy. American children are the new frontier for sales of prescription drugs. According to Medco, this is a large manager of drug benefits, 1/4 of American children took prescription medicine to treat a chronic condition last year, including asthma, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, obesity, high cholesterol, heartburn, and diabetes, representing a spending increase for drug costs that are more than triple the amount for seniors. 1 in 8 babies born in our country are born preterm. The mortality rate for black babies is 3.5 times that of non-Hispanic white babies. Just over 20%, 1 in 5 children, either currently or at some point, have had a debilitating mental disorder. This is the data you heard earlier. An estimated 26% of all of our children in this country will experience or witness a traumatic event prior to age 4. 1 in 100 infants every year is born with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. This is the leading preventable cause of mental retardation and birth defects. It's also suspected as being a huge contributor to some other issues that we're only beginning to correlate with alcohol. When we wrote Ghosts from the Nursery, it was surprising to me that, it was the time when we were anticipating crack babies hitting the schools. And of course, that never happened. It's alcohol that is the single greatest impairment in the womb. 10% of our boys and 8% of girls have a learning disability that is very likely often tied to these problems in the womb. American adult health data is equally sobering. 1 We have one of the shortest life expectancies of any nation, lagging behind more than 40 other countries, including all of Europe and Japan. Half of us have high blood pressure, have high cholesterol or diabetes. I can go on, but I'm not going to. You can get all this data out of the book if you're interested. There's a lot of it. It's depressing. We're not going to end here. So, where do we go with this information? Is there any good news? The answer is adamantly yes. If we ever really got this, we could change our world drastically. The opportunities that emerge from this research are absolutely amazing. There are huge opportunities for the health industry, especially for doctors, for how they're educated, the questions they're trained to ask, and for the collaborations they can form to prevent and treat early trauma. Universal depression screens for all expectant and new moms by obstetricians and pediatricians are a powerful step in the right direction. There are also huge opportunities for health insurers and the protocols they fund to protect health from the beginning of life. This was an interesting little chart that appeared in my hometown newspaper, the Oregonian. This is capturing the conditions that cause 80% of the cost of adult medications. This lists the kinds of conditions that are characterizing the most expensive clients of the Oregon Health Plan. So you take a look at that. We've got kidney failure, heart disease, congestive heart failure, chronic, it's the same stuff, okay? If one concept emerges from all that we've talked about this morning, from the ACE data to epigenetics to the function of fight-flight, it's the importance of human relationships. We get sick and we get well inside of relationships. For a baby, an attachment relationship to a stable, loving caregiver is his or her best protection against disease. Supporting formative relational health in our nation is critical. Think of what we could do if we ever got this on television, built into what people see. What is a baby about? This is pretty hilarious. Any of you who've watched Modern Family probably know this story. If we could get our television people, our media people working on this, it would be pretty phenomenal. Okay, so remember that elephant that we talked about? See if we can get this to change. Relationships, relationships, relationships. We have to begin supporting the reality of early childhood in a highly relational context. Those of us who work in this area have to remember that it's our connection to our patients or our clients that is healing, not just the medicine. And understanding that attachment is something that needs to continue professionally is key. So remember that elephant we talked about earlier. You've probably figured out by now that the elephant's name is early emotional trauma. We have a rather amazing oversight of this issue in our culture, and I know that you're going to be the arms and legs of this message. In closing, just for a moment, I'd like you to imagine that, like a healthy family, our society rewarded people for what they do right. Rather than waiting for them to fail and building an elaborate system, there's the elephant going into the truck, right? Rather than waiting for failure and building this huge bureaucracy that's already out of control in terms of dollars and in terms of effectiveness, we've built a huge system to remediate problems and to punish problems as well. So rather than that, imagine that all of our high school age children are required to take a year of pre-parenting training that includes a mental health look at parenting, an in-depth look at how to create healthy relationships with friends and partners, how to constructively negotiate conflict and manage anger, shame, embarrassment, and other negative emotions. Imagine that the class, this is what we're spending money on instead, and we need to spend it, but it's all going here, unfortunately, rather than where it really could be most effective. Imagine that the class that we had these children in included a practicum that placed young people in child care centers to assist with the reality of babies and toddlers. It's the best birth control I know. Imagine that prenatal care is not only available to all who need it, but is staffed by people trained to relate supportively with emotional intelligence to mothers, and it includes screening and individualized treatment referrals when parents have histories of trauma or depression, addiction, and adverse formative experiences. Imagine that parental leave is subsidized during the first 100 days after birth in America, as it is in the Scandinavian countries and much of Europe. Imagine that every family has access to a trained nurse or home visitor to answer questions about baby care, to help with breastfeeding, to encourage breastfeeding, to introduce early learning concepts and provide referrals to additional services as needed. Imagine that these visitors are warm and helpful. They're not an arm of social services. They can offer early interventions if a baby's at risk without stigma. Imagine that for moms who want to return to work, childcare quality is outstanding, that we select these people based on emotional intelligence and attunement, the capacity to tune into babies, appropriately paying them as our children's first teachers, and that each one of them was responsible for no more than 3 babies or toddlers. Imagine that as easily as parents could schedule a haircut, they could stop by an inviting place in the mall or somewhere convenient on their beaten path to receive 50 minutes worth of help with concerns about a child, regardless of the child's age. So you're a mom walking through the mall with a 2-year-old who's struggling and tantruming, and you're thinking, I don't know what I'm going to do with this. He's a strong, persistent, aggressive little boy, and you haven't a clue, and you're embarrassed, and this has happened several times. Or you're the father of a 6th grader who's been doing really well until last week when she started coming home after school and going to her room, slamming her door, saying she doesn't want to go to school, she's fat, and she doesn't want to go anymore. I mean, these are typical problems, not unusual ones. Any of us who have been parents have been through many challenges that we were overwhelmed by, unsure about. So imagine that you could stop by this place in the mall. It's warm and attractive, a place where everyone goes. It's clearly not a social service agency. It looks more like a Starbucks than a clinic. Everything about it is upbeat and welcoming. Here, guidance is based on state-of-the-art knowledge about healthy emotional development. One meets privately with an experienced, wise person who listens and tailors a response to one's particular concerns, one's particular child and partner. If there's a need for treatment of critical issues like depression or addiction, these can be referred for help before they shape a little brain. Building healthy kids is immeasurably cheaper than continuing just to fix broken adults. We have the program technology, thoroughly evaluated, highly effective, but fighting for funding against well-lobbied efforts like prisons. If we, all of us in this room, were the shared owners of a huge manufacturing company so that all of our incomes depended upon how well our company did. Let's say we manufacture widgets, okay? Would we turn our backs on the quality of raw materials going into the making of our widgets? Would we pay absolutely no attention to quality control during the early assembly process and then continue to be shocked by the high rate of return and failure of our widgets? But this is exactly what we're doing with our children. The question is not whether, but where to start. Where in the midst of worldwide turbulence, financial recession, competing priorities for diminishing resources, where do we begin? My answer, like yours, is in the beginning. I know you will carry this message in your hearts. You've been carrying it for a long time. Thank you so much for inviting me to be with you this morning. Do you want to come up and ask the question? Pardon me? Yeah.
Robin will take some questions now if anyone has some questions for her.
Questions? Comments? Don't be afraid. Just tell me a little about your marriage. You're right. Can you all hear her? She's saying some really important things, so I want to get a hot microphone to her. Have we got dead mics? Go ahead and say and speak, and either come up here.
Test.
Anxious adolescents in the clinical setting, the reflux, the irritable bowel syndrome, the chronic fatigue. Right now, the clinical setting does not have the wherewithal in terms of time available.
It's
you
very
can
late.
begin to get at these issues of trauma. And what you know from these experiences is you're exactly right as far as putting the focus on the start and making the investment there, because the resources that need to be applied that are not just in the clinic office giving someone a little pill, it has to do with changes in the whole environment that they are operating in.
Very well spoken. She was the doctor that I talked to a little earlier that I referred to. Will you tell me your name? Liz Stafford. Thank you for your comments. And Liz Stafford is a doctor working really at the beginning of the remedial bureaucracy. I mean, we have special ed, and then we have child welfare, and then we have juvenile justice. And we start with these incredibly expensive efforts to try to turn these problems around. And it's very late. It's much harder. It's not impossible in many cases, but it's much harder, much more expensive. And think of what that child has already lost. If they're already in mental health, if they're already in child welfare, if they're already in juvenile justice, but that's how our bureaucracy was built. It grew like Topsy in response to well-pronounced problems. It's sort of, the analogy I always think of is it's like little battered bodies are falling from a known cliff, right, in the community. They come ever so often, and so we come up with an ambulance and we haul them to the hospital. But they're coming faster and faster and faster. And our response as a nation is to make more ambulances, put more bells and whistles on the ambulances, drive faster, and build more hospitals. Nobody goes to the top of the cliff to create a way of keeping those little bodies from ever falling. And that's really where we are in our nation right now. So our legislators, our people who, if we can get them here, they are very key. If they get it in their hearts and understand that we have the research and we have people like Heckman with the National Bank or whatever, he's a big financial guru, producing data that shows very strongly that for every dollar invested, we get 3 to 5 back if we start with early in the womb, not just at birth, but in the womb. And we can make a tremendous amount of difference if we get that message in the right hands. Anybody else? Go ahead. Who has the mic? There you are, Adam. You have a good voice. That'll do it.
In May, there was a national summit for adverse childhood experiences in Philadelphia. It was phenomenal. I've been following the research since the 90s when Dr. Anda and Folletti were putting it together. The city of Philadelphia and the surrounding area have come together and decided that they want to start at the beginning, but they want to include everyone in the process. So in other words, they have as much policy going on and work on the policy issues as they do in the schools, as they do in the prenatal clinics. And I met with nurse practitioners who do nurse-run clinics in the city who were asking these hard questions of moms because our patients won't tell us these things happen to them. They're not even aware that that's why they feel like they feel. But when the questions are asked, the peace that follows on people's face, when you think of how that baby just got calmed, who's in gestation in that woman, you just become more determined to work on this. And I commend so many people who are interested in this in San Antonio. I'm new to here. And please learn more about ACE, learn more about toxic stress, and how at each level of childhood you can work, you can remediate. And that was the one thing at the summit that they told us. You can remediate. The brain has plasticity till age 24. So at any point, we can make a difference.
Thank you. I want to add that Dr. Felitti and I are working in Memphis to create the Parenting Institute, which is the last set of slides when we talked about a place that looks more like a Starbucks than a clinic and is for everyone. It is not just for, one of the major barriers to use of any program is a targeted program. Who wants to be targeted? Who wants to be seen as having problems with kids? Who wants to be seen as a poor parent? So the idea of the Parenting Institute is to recognize that we all face the same challenges in raising children and to make that technology emotionally based, brain-based, an understanding of trauma, and an understanding that all along the spectrum we can make a difference, but beginning with the womb and going all the way through development, through college-aged kids, is the idea of the Parenting Institute. And, it doesn't take a lot if you can get there when problems are first opening up. And if people understand that it's cool to go somewhere as opposed to humiliating, if there's, we treat people very differently in the Parenting Institute. There are refreshments, they're greeted, they're treated like visiting royalty, and people are responding to that. So Memphis is the first place to pilot this concept, and I would love to see you try it here in San Antonio as well. And military families would be a perfect place for that. So I hope to be able to communicate further with those of you who are interested. Any other questions? Go ahead. Where's Adam with the microphone? There we go.
Thank you. Good morning. My question is, in your study, how long, if there is a timetable, how long before the change is brought about that we start observing this and recognizing and doing something about it, how long before we start to notice a change?
That's such a good question. The reality is that it's different for each family, each child. We're born with different acuities, different strengths, different vulnerabilities from the beginning. And so it depends on what has happened to that child, when it's happened, by whom, who else was there. Depends on the child's basic strengths. And so you don't really have one prognosis by pathology. You have a very individual continuum in terms of healing and susceptibility as well. Anybody else? Uh-oh, I'm not seeing. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nancy. I would just like to share something with you. About 9 years ago, I had my first son. He was born premature at 32 weeks.
Oh.
I had high blood pressure, preeclampsia, so they had to induce me, right?
Sure.
So it came to that point that they had to decide whether it was me or my son. Another way I was like, well, my son, everything from my son, right? So now he asks me, he thanks me that I chose him over myself. And I'm happy to hear that from him because he knows that I would give my life for him.
Mm-hmm.
And I would just like to share that because he goes to school, he's very happy, active, and I thank God that, that he gave me the opportunity to see my son. He stayed at the hospital for a week. I got depressed, postpartum depression and everything, but every day I would go see him. Every day I'll be there day and night until, they told me, go home, go get some rest. And now that I see him running around, doing great in school, I know it was the best choice I would have made if I would have had, if something would have happened to me.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So you're living testimony to the fact that difficult things can happen.
Yes.
But love and truly putting that little person in the center of your life and nurturing him protected both of you.
Yes.
And you have a very different outcome than the baby who might have been born to a very young parent, being induced or brought into the world early or by C-section, and then goes home with mom not being available and with lots of people coming and going. And, you know, I mean, you have a very, very loving, nurturing environment for that little boy, and he reflects you and that.
Yes, it does. And I mean, after everything happened, I still have high blood pressure, but I mean, it still doesn't matter because my son's there. I'm there with him to see him grow up, and I have another small kid, you know, my little boy, and, you know, I'm just happy just to be there for both of them.
Are you getting to see somebody for you?
Yes.
For your own care?
Yes.
That's good, because that matters to him, too.
Yes, it does.
How your brain is functioning continues to be highly reflected in who he is. So I think you're doing a great job.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing
you.
that. Okay. Are we all questioned out? Anybody else have a lingering question they'd just really like to get out here before Kathy gives me the cane? Thank you so much.
Please join me again in thanking Robin. She's been marvelous. And there is a table outside where she would be happy to sign any books for you during the break and after. Thank you.
We're excited to see so many of you with us today, and particularly when we understand the function of the program today, and that is to serve those and to aid those who cannot help themselves, if you will, and to create an environment for our children that we need to ensure that there is safety for them. What we have, this next part of the program, is our roundtable discussion. And I'm going to introduce the moderator of the discussion. There are several individuals on this on the panel, and the moderator will introduce each of them. But the moderator is Marion McClure, who is a licensed social worker. She is the founding executive director of Texas Protection, and this is the Texas Association for the Protection of Children, which conduct research and provide a blueprint for legislation and facilitates the passage of Texas policies, priorities, and child protection funding. Marion is also the chair of the Child Protection Roundtable, and this is a statewide collaboration which collaborates on works for unanimous legislation and funding priorities for the benefit of children at risk. And so we saw the video this morning that dealt with children at risk and our need to recognize them, and we appreciate the work that Valero does with regard to working with this organization. She is also the co-chair of the Nurse Family Partnership Statewide Advisory Board, and also the Collaborative Council member of the Supreme Court Permanent Judicial Commission for Children and Youth. She is also a University of Texas at Arlington. Don't do the rest. She's pulling my coattail, but I just share with her because those credentials are important, and that is with the University of Texas at Arlington and a Social Work Advisory Committee. With that, let me introduce her and ask her if she will come forth and then introduce the rest of the members of the panel. Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon. I don't think you really need to know all the boards I'm on. I mean, it gets a little boring, I think. So anyway, thank you all for being here today. This is such a critical topic, and we're just delighted to have you. My name is Marion McClure, and I am the founding executive director of Texas Protects. And today we've got some wonderful panelists, and I'm going to introduce each of them, if you wouldn't mind holding your applause until the end. To my left, first listed here is the Honorable Mike Yeary. I'm trying to work on that pronunciation. He's served in the legislature since 2000, focusing on making Texas a great place to raise children. He chairs the House Committee on Investments in Financial Services and serves on the Public Ed Committee and is a big contributor to that committee. He and his wife Jean have 2 children in public school in San Antonio ISD, and Representative Villarreal has been so innovative with using new ways of funding our school systems and prevention programs. Next to Mike is Ashley Harris. Ashley is the Texas Child Welfare Policy head over at Texans Care for Children. And Ashley is one of my favorite authentic voices at the legislature because prior to working with Texans Care for the last 2.5 years, she was a CPS caseworker for 4 years. Yeah, I know, you don't want to hold your applause now, do you? I know. And she survived to tell us the story. So, and she's also a member of our Child Protection Roundtable. And to Ashley's left is Jeff Coyle. Jeff is with the mayor's office. He's the director of intergovernment relations in the city of San Antonio. And he had once managed the pre-K for SA. And he'll be talking more about that. Welcome. Kathy, I do not have her bio. Somebody else was supposed to be introducing you. So I think you are the director currently of the pre-K for SA currently. All right, well, all your board affiliations you'll have to give me later. Or introduce the audience, sorry. Next to Kathy is Representative Ruth Jones McClendon, and Representative Jones McClendon is the head of the Bexar County Legislative Delegation. She was first elected to the City Council over 17 years ago, and she's been in that time in the House of Representatives, serving on the Appropriations, Transportation, and committees, and also chairs the Rules Committee. And she's been a big proponent of CHIP and mostly juvenile justice for our youth, so welcome. And finally, we have the Honorable Carlos Uresti. And during his 16 years in public service, Senator Uresti has developed a big reputation as a champion for children. He's also on the Tex Protects Board of Directors. He's helped pass landmark reforms for child protective services and aggressively pursues funding for the agency's abuse and neglect prevention programs. He's the founding chairman of the Bexar County Blue Ribbon Task Force, which is a coalition of community activists and leaders to fight the causes of child abuse and neglect. And he authored legislation to create a statewide Blue Ribbon Task Force and serves on the Texas Supreme Court Children's Commission. So without further ado, please welcome our panel. So what we'd like to do for the format is I'll just ask one question of each of our panelists, allow them to answer those, and then we're going to go around for round 2 of questions, get an answer from each, and if we have time for a third, we will, and then open it up for a Q&A. So the first question, I guess we'll also work from right to left, is for Representative Villarreal. They're all honorable, by the way. If I said some are representatives and some are honorable, I'm sorry. I was getting these bios last minute. But Representative Villarreal, what we'd like to know is what is your #1 legislative accomplishment from this last legislative session benefiting Texas children, or your top 1, 2, 3?
Thanks for giving me that out of 1, 2, 3. It's hard to boil it down to one, but I'll answer the question on what I believe is the most important thing that I was a part of passing. And it's important to know, whenever you hear legislators, we often say, well, I did this. But the truth is, there's 181 of us, and it really is a collaborative process. It sometimes is a conflict-ridden process. But ultimately, there's always a lot of fathers and mothers when it comes to success, and a lot of orphan bills when the legislation doesn't go so well. I was a part, in a large way, of writing House Bill 5 with my chairman, Jimmy Don Aycock. House Bill 5 re-established testing, particularly with high school students. It reduced the number of exams from 15 to 5. It removed the provision that would have required class grades, 15% of class grades, to be based on standardized test results. It also reformed the makeup of our high school diplomas so that we went from 3 to just 2. We removed one that was a minimum standard high school diploma that would not have allowed, well, that previously did not allow students who graduated on that program to immediately go into a community college. And so it was really kind of it was not a good road for anybody to take. Instead, we established 2 types of diplomas. One for students who want to pursue a 4-year degree immediately after high school. And the second is to help students graduate from high school with technical skills that are valued in industry, in the workforce, that would allow them to get on a ladder in a meaningful job with a future. And eventually go to college if they so choose. But the idea was to have students take advantage of those 4 years when they're still at home and maybe they're still trying to figure out what they want to do, to make sure that they graduate from high school with some hard skills that employers value and that would want to hire them and promote them and maybe pay for their post-secondary education. And so that was really important. It was a hotly debated piece of legislation. And I think the reason why it was debated is because, well, we all have different ideas of what education means. And for some, it means helping students acquire technical skills and solve tangible, practical problems so that they can enter adulthood with an ability to make their way through the world. Others believe that there's a body of knowledge that exists, that is fundamental, that is timeless, and we just need to pour it into our kids' heads, and it includes Algebra 2, and it includes all these other subjects. And you just can't leave high school without this information. And there are many other beliefs about what education is. Ultimately, I think we did a very good job of allowing our students and their parents to choose what education is by increasing the amount of flexibility so that students can choose electives and pursue technical certificates, while also allowing them a structured path if they choose to, if they want to go to college immediately after high school, to be able to take a sequence of courses that will give them some fundamental abilities to succeed once they enter college. That is really a very important piece of legislation that passed, and it sets the groundwork for more legislation to come for the lower grades, in particular reducing the emphasis of testing, allowing teachers to have more control of their instruction time. One last provision in that bill that affects all grades is we said, you're benchmarking our kids too much. You're giving them these practice exams way too often. And what we want you to do is really instruct, teach. And so we limited the number of practice exams, benchmark exams, to 2 for every 1 state-required exam. We discovered in a survey that 22% on average of the instruction calendar was made up of test prep days.
Well, that's a fascinating bill, and we're going to have to hold off on your next two for later.
I'm going to stop. I'm not going to go to 2 and 3.
But that was a wonderful explanation, and thank you for that. Next, Ashley, what is we're limiting the first response to 3 to 4 minutes. Your top issue that you advocated for this last session.
Thank you. I'm just so honored to be sharing the stage with some of our greatest champions for kids. So thank you so much for all of the work that you guys do. And as it relates to education, I focus on child protection. And actually, 2 of our priority bills aimed at improving education outcomes for foster youth passed. Senate Bill 833, I actively worked on this bill. It ensures that it creates a student demographic code through the PEAM system, specifically for foster youth. And this way, we can really expedite education planning for this very vulnerable student population and strengthen the data sharing practices between the Department of Family and Protective Services and TEA. Also, Senate Bill 832 builds on some previous legislation that requires schools to appoint a school liaison to help foster youth with their withdrawal and enrollment process. So this bill now requires school districts to actually provide the name of that person who's appointed to do that to the Texas Education Agency. That way, those working with these kids can actually know who those people are and hopefully have a stronger contact in the school system when working with children in foster care. It also requires TEA to provide training to these school liaisons because unfortunately, when this legislation was first passed back in 2011, creating this position, there really was no education around staff being prepared to work with this specific student population. So I was really excited to see those 2 priority bills pass, but also along with that, there were many other great bills aimed at improving education outcomes for foster youth. So hopefully these bills will really are meaningful steps in building foster youth's ability to be successful outside of the child welfare system. So that was great. I also quickly want to talk about House Bill 843. As a former CPS caseworker, specifically foster youth who are aging out of care is really my population that I'm very passionate about because I worked with those youth during my time at CPS. And so House Bill 843 requires that they receive notice of their court hearings. Unfortunately, for many years, all of those legal parties working with children were required to receive timely notification of their court hearings, but youth weren't, even though that's what the case is actually about, the child. And for many years in statute, these children were required to attend court, but so often I've spoken with youth and they would have no idea when their court hearings were. So we really want to empower youth to be a part of that process and be empowered to speak up for themselves and be part of the decision-making process while they're in the child welfare system. So thankfully this bill passed, and hopefully we'll see more children in court, more children empowered to make healthy decisions about their lives and hopefully be successful outside of the child welfare system. So it was a really great session for child protection, Madeline. I'm sure you could agree with that. And you know, I just hope that any of these improvements will really secure the best outcomes for children and families who are impacted by child abuse and neglect. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashley. Jeff.
Well, from the city's perspective, we have a very, very broad legislative agenda. We're dealing with tax policy, environmental policy, economic development, public health, public safety, all across the board. Without question, our single highest priority was a bill that Representative Yeary carried for us. Frankly, every member of our San Antonio delegation had a hand in getting it passed, and that was the bill to facilitate the redevelopment of Hemisphere Park. And it's not a bill that relates to, to children on the surface, yet in practice it very much does, because the bill at its core was all about creating a better, higher quality and bigger park in the heart of our downtown and giving our city council the authority to execute. And now that that legislation has passed, that process is beginning. And the very first phase of the development is the creation of what we're calling a play escape, an area right next to the Magic Children's Theater in Hemisphere Park that is, as the designers call it, it's intended for pre-K to gray, meaning it's for children, but it's much more than just a playground. It's for all the way up to your senior citizens. It'll have sandboxes and things for children. It'll have bocce, it'll have ping pong, it'll have chess tables, and it really is going to be a phenomenal development in the heart of downtown, focused on education. It'll have archaeology, tie-ins, history, geology, and that's the first phase. The groundbreaking is construction set to begin in 2014, with the construction complete in 2015. And the whole idea being to create this open space in the heart of our downtown where families are welcome, children are welcome. Later phases include an expansion of the Children's Theater downtown. And so in general, it's a very family-focused piece of legislation. We couldn't have done it without the representative and our whole delegation. It would fall in the category of the conflict piece more than an easy bill. It was very, very difficult. But it got done thanks to our champions here, and we're all very proud of it at the city.
Okay, Representative, your top 1 or 3 priorities in 4 minutes.
No, I'll do one.
Okay.
I'm so honored to be here. You've had these sessions for many, many years, and it's something that I look forward to, and many times I cannot make it, but I always send staff to come and then bring me back what happened at these wonderful sessions. I can tell you that this advocacy group, Voices of Children, is very strong and very well respected in the state capitol. And when we have issues regarding children, we look for the women, Voices for Children advocates who are always there and putting bugs in our ears to let us know which ones and which bills, which particular bills that they are concerned about. I just want to talk to you about one. I have several, but I want to talk to you just about one because our Bath County delegation has been tremendous, and you already know that. But this delegation is certainly in favor of advocating very strongly on behalf of the children in this state. And I mean, you have to knock us down because if you get in front of us when you're trying to do something for the children, you know, we don't play. we rise up. So Mike has been wonderful, and Senator Carlos Uresti, who was trained in the House before he went to the Senate, and we trained him very well because he is in the Senate, and he is really the champion of children's issues in the Texas Senate. So we are very pleased to have the opportunity to work with you all. I am on the Appropriations Committee, and for those of you who may not know, the Appropriations Committee is a committee that funds the budget for the entire state of Texas. And in this budget for this session, the Victims Assistance Grants, which was one of the riders, Rider 12, in the Attorney General's budget. And that was a move afoot to take money out of this program and put it God knows where. And, and it would have jeopardized the Texas court-appointed special advocate, which is CASA. And you all know the work that CASA does for the children and for the state. And I was glad to be in a position to insist upon restoring the funding to the Victims Assistance Program and to those grants. The final budget now includes an appropriation of $98 million for victims assistance grants out of the not the agriculture, the Attorney General's budget, including $21 million for Texas CASA. So I'm just pleased that we were able to do that. I'm not going to talk anything else about the issues, but I just want to remind folks and those of you who know me, before I became a member of the City Council, I served 17 years as a juvenile probation administrator and juvenile probation officer. And so I have a keen interest in what happens with our children, because it's dysfunctional families critical to the way that this country is going to be able to move forward. And we need, as advocates, to work to make sure that dysfunctional families, particularly those kids on probation and in the Texas Youth Commission, are properly taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Uresti.
Thank you, Madeline. Good morning, everyone. That's horrible. Try it again. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
That's better. And in case you were wondering, no, Ruth was not my probation officer. Okay, I saw some looks out there. She obviously was very young when she started. And I do want to say a little bit about Kathy Bruck. Kathy was the principal at Schultz Elementary for my two kids a few years ago. And she still follows me around, tries to give me orders. She still thinks she's the principal, but Kathy does a wonderful job, she did a wonderful job for Schultz, Harlandale Independent School District, and now for the city of San Antonio. Just briefly, I want to make a few comments. As I look around, I see a lot of familiar faces, a lot of friendly faces, and a lot of new faces. And our efforts in the legislative session couldn't be done without many of you and many of your organizations. It simply would not be able to get accomplished. I think we had a pretty good session this last legislative session. There were some setbacks, but we couldn't do it, again, without being a team. And that's what makes Bexar County and San Antonio so special. If you're in Austin at the Capitol, you'll see how closely we work together, Democrats and Republicans. Keep in mind that the Speaker of the House is Joe Strauss, Representative Joe Strauss, a Republican from San Antonio. Has done a wonderful job as the Speaker and works very closely with our delegation. And I think that says a lot about the leadership there. Just a few comments that I'd like to make. First of all, I'd be remiss if we didn't thank Voices for Children, Dr. Kathy Fletcher and her staff for putting this together. How about a round of applause for great work? Kathy, thank you, Kathy. You know, these events just don't come together. It's a lot of work. It takes a lot of work, a lot of hours that I know staff sometimes don't think we appreciate what they do, but trust me, we do. But in addition to that, we require sponsors to help out, because these things just don't take care of themselves. So to all our sponsors that helped out, we want to thank you as well. How about a round of applause for our sponsors today? You know, when we say Voices for Children, I hope you think about those words, Voices for Children. Every one of the folks in this room is a voice for our children. Think about that for a moment. Do 2-year-olds have a voice? Do they speak? Do they articulate? No. Last night on the news, I heard about a 3-week-old baby that had been abused. And it just boggles your mind. And that 3-week-old baby doesn't have a voice, but you're the voice for those children. And that's what this group is all about. Being voices for those 3-week-old babies, those 3-year-old babies, and for those 13-year-old babies. Yes, 13-year-olds talk a lot. I have a 13-year-old stepson, and boy, he talks a lot. But do 13-year-olds that are abused and neglected and molested, Do they talk about that issue? It's very difficult. So each and every one of you in this room is their voice. And so I want to personally thank you for what you do on a daily basis, because without you, none of the things that we talk about during the legislature could happen. But more importantly, you're the voice for our children. I want to just briefly talk, if I may, Madeline. Senate Bill 771 was one of the bills that I worked on. We have some excellent caseworkers, CPS caseworkers, do a wonderful job. We've come a long way from where we were a few years ago. But you could be the best caseworker in the world, and that doesn't necessarily mean you're trained and prepared to be a supervisor of 4, 5, 6 different caseworkers. So Senate Bill 771 requires training in a supervisory capacity for those caseworkers that get promoted to supervisor before they become the supervisor. Oftentimes, they become supervisors, and now they're tasked with handling hundreds of cases or supervising hundreds of cases, and we just want to be sure that they are adequately prepared before they assume that role. And that's what Senate Bill 7071 does. Thank you, Madeline.
Excellent. Okay. Well, thank you, Carlos. So our next question for the panel is, what was one legislative proposal this past session that failed? And if all of your bills passed 100%, then just talk about, if you would, your top legislative issue going forward. If it's a bill that failed, are you going to bring it back? And yeah, just one issue, again, about 4 minutes, or 2 issues if you need to, in 4 minutes.
Well, I'll be brief, but I want to touch on one bill that did pass that was specific for Bexar County, and that is the formation of a truancy commission to put together a uniform set of policies so that our school districts can intervene early with best practices and start at the youngest grades to help families develop the habits they need to bring children to school on time and not pull them out early, and to keep track of their kids so that problems don't accumulate and behavior becomes really difficult to change by the time they get into high school. And so that commission has been formed. The county judge and the mayor have appointed members. Ray Saldana is the chair. I'm a member of that committee, and so is Leticia Van de Putte. And so is my wife, actually, interesting enough. Oh. So we're going to work very hard to bring the best practices and a county-wide approach, because kids are really easily falling through the cracks with 15 different school districts, known number of charter schools and homeschoolers, and of course 6 different courts that different school districts could go to shop their cases. So that is taking place. One bill that did not pass, and I think this panel will probably agree, the bill that could have made the biggest difference in our children's lives is Medicaid expansion. Yeah, I'm just speechless. I am frustrated, disappointed. We could have empowered our Health and Human Services Commissioner to negotiate with the federal government to terms that would have been right for Texas. But too many of my colleagues felt it was more important to make a political point or to pursue some kind of crazy ideology that says helping your fellow neighbor who can't afford health care is a bad thing. And so that failed to pass. We need to go back and change that. And the way we change that, and I believe we can, is through elections and through talking to your elected representatives and to holding them accountable.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Actually did that under 4 minutes. You have another minute. Do you want to say anything else? Okay. All right, Ashley, what is something that didn't pass last session that you'd like to work on this coming session?
Well, even though 5 out of the 6 bills I actively worked on did become law, which is a huge accomplishment, and I hope I can do the same next session, I am still mourning the loss or the death of House Bill 1143. We actively pushed House Bill 1143 that would have ensured all children coming into foster care would have received a comprehensive multidisciplinary assessment within 45 days of entering foster care. Also, this bill would have required clinicians who are doing these behavioral assessments to gather information from those who actually know the child, not just the person bringing that child in for that assessment, like the staff person or the new foster parent. It also would have required the Department of Family and Protective Services to create some parameters around what the actual assessment report is, what is included in that report. So often I know, as a former caseworker and speaking with providers, those psychological evaluations and other assessment reports are not helpful in being able to determine what are the most appropriate services and what placement would help this child thrive. And I think if the state is willing to put up money for these costly assessments, they should actually be helpful to those who are working with that child directly. Although the bill passed unanimously in the House, which is quite difficult to do, given all of the members and personalities that are in that chamber, but failed to make a committee hearing on the Senate side. Madeline, thank you so much for doing all you could to get another hearing, but it just ran out of time. I think the reasons why I'm still just so devastated is knowing that that bill could have impacted over 16,000 children who are coming into the foster care system every year. And to know that that one bill would have impacted the lives of so many children and would have improved our system overall is just devastating. So I am working during the interim to see if the department can implement those recommendations without further legislative action. But I can assure you that I will be knocking on the Capitol door before session and making sure that this is filed again if those are not secured internally with DFBS.
Okay,
Thank
you, Ashley.
I think we continue to be frustrated that the legislature, the state, continues to shortchange early childhood education. Simple enough. Representative Yeary has carried a bill several sessions. I know this session, House Bill 96, which would have made pre-K universal for all 4-year-olds. And unfortunately, it hasn't gotten through the legislature. And that's the reason, frankly, that we have pre-K for SA. It's because our local community has said, we're not going to wait for the state. We're not going to just ignore this need. We're going to tax ourselves and try to address this problem. And Kathy does an excellent job running the program. We're not going to let her pass the mic this time. She can talk about the launch of pre-K last month. But what you're seeing now is other communities doing the same thing that San Antonio has done, realizing they can't not address this issue. So the city of Fort Worth, actually not the city, the school district in Fort Worth has a bond proposal going before voters to do the same thing, to fund pre-K. Kathy gets calls from LA and Florida and all over the country looking at our program. And part of my job is to manage our federal advocacy also. And when we've been to DC, we're told pretty simply that they're watching us closely, that they want to see us succeed. You know, the president has called for universal pre-K across the country. And he too has to get legislative support, a tobacco tax passed to be able to fund the program. And right now, nothing is getting funded in Washington, which is another story in and of itself. But, you know, the most frustrating thing about that issue is it's not just an education issue. And you all talked about it extensively last year at this event. It's an economic issue. All the studies show when kids get pre-K, they graduate high school, they graduate college, they get good jobs, they go into the workforce. It is an issue that should appeal to people all across the political spectrum. And unfortunately, that message just hasn't gotten through to our legislature yet.
So, and now it's my pleasure to introduce, finally, Kathy Brock. She is the first CEO of Pre-K for SA and responsible for the development and organization of this new program, and she has a lengthy experience in early childhood education. as Carlos just mentioned, and she's going to provide an update, a little separate from what everybody else is doing. I know you were going to come before us, Kathy. There's just a little change of plan. I'd like for you now to provide an update on the progress in implementing pre-K for SA, and I will give you 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks. This is a wonderful group to be able to speak to. I know that everyone in this room, life and heart is dedicated to improving the quality of life for early childhood, and also to improve the future for all of our children in San Antonio. And I want to take this opportunity to thank you. I understand that this group had a very strong role in promoting this, the passage of this, which has been amazing to the whole country. We hear constantly, just to let you know, the things that, the people that are talking to us are not talking to us about pre-K for SA as much as they're talking about how did the community of San Antonio pull this off? How did we make this happen? We had a visit from LA up, which Los Angeles Universal Preschool, which is holding a conference later this month on trying to promote a national movement to universal preschool. They came to visit us, mostly interested in how San Antonio did it and what it looked like and how we got it to pass and what kind of funding we used and how we were able to convince people, because we've talked to folks who, it's a very interesting issue because normally those issues kind of split along conservative and liberal, and instead it touches sore spots with some people, and it's a very interesting emotional issue. But anyway, going on from that, the program, which this time last year was just a dream in a lot of people's imaginations, is now flesh and blood. We have 2 centers up and running. We are serving about 610 students today, hoping to get to 700 quickly. We are taking a breather. We've been working since the spring about 7 days a week, about 15 hours a day, making it happen. Hiring the staff. We were fortunate. We had 500 applicants for 44 teaching positions. We interviewed from as far away as Japan and hired teachers from all over the country and all over the state to work with us, many of whom came because of the excitement of living in a community that supported early childhood education, because you don't see that often. And it's a very exciting project, a lot of hard work. We're taking a quick breather as we get up and running, and because we're about to start on building 2 more centers, which since we were able to build these 2 in 10 months, we're going to try to do the next 2 in 10 months also. So we hope to be able to start next school year with 4 centers, each serving. We will be serving 400 in each of the 2 existing centers next year, and then 350 in the 2 brand new centers, and then moving up within the next 3 years to 500 at each centers. But, and the program is awesome. It's a wonderful program. But some of the other things that you may not know as much about, the other 2 pieces that passed with this program that I think were equally important to a quality program for 4-year-olds are the pieces that I think all of you can participate in. One of the big initiatives is improving the quality of instruction and for all children in the San Antonio area in early childhood. And with that initiative, we have 14 coaches who are experts and expert classroom teachers who are available to you to come out to child care centers and our 7 partner school districts, which comprise 90% of the 4-year-olds in San Antonio, to work in the classroom, co-teaching, model teaching. We will offer workshops which are open to everyone in San Antonio. We're happy to partner with you if there are workshops that you want to provide, both with our facilities and also with some funding that was raised through the 1/8 of a cent sales tax. In addition to that, the other big piece, and a lot of you are more expert at this than we are, and we look to you for innovative ideas on how to involve our families. We know that 1 year in a life of a child is important, but that we will not get the long-term gain that we want to get if we don't convince our parents that they are the first teachers of their child, and convince them that they are absolutely critical to ensuring that their children have quality education. A lot of our parents have been beaten down through the system and just have given up. And we need to convince them that they need to speak out and they need to speak positively
for quality education for the rest of their lives with their children. They need to work with their public schools to ensure that their children get the quality of education that they're receiving this year with us. And we're hoping that you'll speak up and talk to us if you have ideas or strategies that we may need to try to empower our parents so that when they return to the public schools next year, that they come with energy and they come with belief in their children and belief in their own ability to educate their child and to advocate for quality education for their children. So I thank you again on behalf of all of the children and all of the staff and for all the citizens of San Antonio, whether they understand how important what you're doing is, that you're doing it for them. And we really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative, your one issue that failed or that you'd like to bring back next session, or another idea that you're going to be working on?
Thank you so much. You know, when your children are grown and out of the house and married, you're kind of removed from what happens with the pre-Ks and kids who are in middle school and high school. But I have been fortunate to have a granddaughter who is little over 2 years old. And she is a beautiful child, full of terror. And, and her mother is here, Vanessa, which is my daughter-in-law. And we have talked about the pre-K for Malia. And I can tell you how, you know, if you haven't been close to it, it's striking because it's something that is so critical to the development of our children. And when we have Sandy, Hook, or Nook, or whatever you call it, going on really throughout this country, you know that you have to start very young in order to make sure that they grow up knowing right from wrong. I had my narrative. My involvement in the legislature is with something that you would not think was for children. And every time someone sees me, they ask me what's going on with House Bill 166 as a result of its defeat in the Texas Senate. 166 is a bill that I propose to create a commission to investigate the exonerations. Exoneration is when a person has been sent to prison and has been there for years and years and years, and they're guilty. They're not guilty. They're innocent. They're sent there, but they are there because of crimes that they did not commit. You say, how does that affect children? It affects children because most of these are men. And for the women, you know what that means when a mother is in prison for a crime that she has not committed. Well, if we can get a commission to do this and to look at those instances where our Texans have been placed in prison for 10, 20, 30 years, sitting there for crimes they did not commit. And their children who need both parents. They need a mother and a father to make sure that they grow up with the kind of sense of right and wrong that they need to have. That's how I think the Exoneration Commission affects the children of this state and how it can help us from putting people, and Texas is the #1 state that does this, by the way, putting people in prisons for crimes they did not commit, and fathers who sit in prison and are not able to participate in the raising of his children.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Representative. Senator?
Thank you, Madeline. Well, unlike Ruth and Mike, all of my bills always pass every session.
That's because I work on them for
Yeah, that's because Madeline helps me. I'm just teasing. I do want to talk about one issue that did not get to where I would like it to have reached, the point I would have liked it for it to reach. But before I do that, I think it's important to acknowledge somebody who's here that is on the front lines every single day. Earlier, when I talked about that 3-week-old baby that was abused, everyone shuddered, and I could hear the moans. But Judge Garcia, Rich Garcia, hears these stories every day. And I saw him in the back. Judge Garcia, I think you need to stand up. We need to acknowledge you, and we need to recognize you. Stand up, Judge Garcia. And I don't know if Judge Montemayor is here, but he's right next door to Judge Garcia, and I don't know how they do it, but I don't know how they sleep at night, knowing what they know and what they hear every day. So, Judge, good to see you here, and thank you again for what you do. I want to follow briefly on what Mike and Jeff mentioned earlier about accountability and the legislature, because I think it's very important. And I'm going to take a little poll, and it's not to embarrass anybody, but I think it's critical. Raise your hand if you know who your state representative is.
Whoa.
Okay, so that's about 35% of y'all. Raise your hand if you know who your state senator is. It may or may not be me. So you never know. So again, about 35% of you. You get the point? Okay. Your voice is for children. You're the voice for children. And if you don't know who your legislator is, then how are you going to contact them? How are you going to complain? And as Mike said, how are you going to hold them accountable? You can't. And you don't. And I'm not getting after you. Well, I am getting after you a little bit, but you can't hold them accountable because you don't know who they are and you don't know how they're voting. And don't just buy into the rhetoric. Look at their voting record. It's so critical. A lot of you have come to Austin and lobbied the different legislators, and there's not a legislator up there that's going to tell you, that's not going to tell you they support children. But when it comes to voting, it's a completely different thing. When it comes to funding the programs that Kathy talked about and the rest of us talked about, completely different thing. The one thing I would change is, one, I've asked for many years to be on the Senate Finance Committee, and I think there's a reason they don't put me on there. It's because I would fund things differently. To give you an example of what didn't get funded appropriately, it's child abuse prevention programs. The budget for the Department of Family and Protective Services is $1.2 billion. $1.2 billion. We spend 3.5% on child abuse prevention programs. So that means that the other 96.5% comes in after the call has been made that a child is suspected of being abused or neglected. That's why we're never going to make a difference unless we redo that, unless we put more money into prevention programs. Then you'll start to see a difference. Not that the work we're not doing isn't helpful. Of course it is. But it's after the fact most of the time. Instead of being preventative, instead of being proactive or being reactive. And until the legislature is held accountable, you will never see a difference. So I implore all of you to find out who your legislators are and hold them accountable. Thank you.
Well, Senator Uresti has made a huge difference in those prevention dollars, and we did just secure an additional $19 million in the PEI budget for prevention. That's additional, and a lot of more funding for home visiting, so thank you for all your work on that. Now, I'd like to open the floor up for Q&A. We only have a few minutes. We're supposed to end now, but I don't want to take away your opportunity to ask a question. Representative Valero might have to jump out, but I thank him for being here. Let's give him a hand before he has to leave.
I think I have time for one question if there are any questions.
A question.
George.
A lot of the page is blue, but a lot of decisions are being made in red. On the red side of the elections coming up, who are the most hopeful, most cooperative? Where is there some hope in that?
Who are you voting for, Mike?
Let me think about that. Hold on. Okay, I'm searching. Sorry, George. No, honestly, probably the one member, and he's from Bexar County, and he's a part of our community. I think he shares our aspirations, is our speaker, Joe Strauss. We're very fortunate to have Joe leading the House of Representatives. He's brought sanity. He has, to the best of his ability, pushed the crazy, divisive issues off the House floor calendar and had us focus on things like House Bill 5, testing reform, the water bill that passed. And so I would give a lot of credit to Joe. He's not running for statewide office, he's running for re-election. But keeping him in that speaker seat is really crucial for the future of our work. I'm going to have to excuse myself. Thank you so much for including me in this day.
Thank you, Representative. How about another question? Do we have another question? Anybody? Of all the panelists. Oh, go right ahead. Here comes the microphone.
Hi, sorry. You mentioned earlier about the scholarships that are available for kids who want to go to school, to be able to have that choice. What about the kids that want to go to school, but college is not an option, something like a trade school or a technical school?
Very good question. I looked at the numbers over the last decade. They haven't changed much. It's something like 30% of our kids go to community college, and less than 20 go to a four-year college. And that's been very consistent every year. And so really we need to be thinking about, oh good, my hat. We need to be thinking about, what about that other half that's not seeking any post-secondary training? And we know that today's jobs require some level of, post-high school skills development. That's why we reformed the curriculum to allow our high schools to bring in those technical training programs and start offering certificates. I think we're going to see over the next 2 to 3 years a tremendous growth in technical training programs in high schools, because we are going to be determining if a high school is acceptable or not based on how many kids are graduating with certificates that are meaningful, that matter, that are going to result in a good paying job. And that is a very good outcome for our kids.
Thank you, Representative. We are going to give the panelists 20 seconds each to say one thing that you can do to help them reach their goals in serving children this next session or in the next year. Go ahead. I think Scott was ready, or Jeff, excuse me, if you wanted to, or are you ready?
Yes. The senator talked about getting involved, and here's something you can do in the next week. The U.S. Department of Education has put its 5-year strategic plan online and has invited public comment to the plan. So you have until next Friday to review their plan and offer suggestions. One of the things we as the city are going to submit is there's a whole lot of references to working with states and providing grants to states and so on for education. And in our state, that's been a challenge because our governor has not wanted to participate in Race to the Top and other programs. So we're going to suggest that it's a states and or local education agencies, local school districts, cities, and so forth, so that we can apply directly for funding and for programs. And so anyone else who agrees with that philosophy, it would be a great help to do it. If you want to send me an email, I'll send you the direct link to review it. My address is jeff.coyle, C-O-Y-L-E, at sanantonio.gov. And again, the deadline is Friday, next Friday.
Thank you, Jeff. Ashley, 20 seconds.
Well, I would say please visit txchildren.org to find ways to get involved in our work. It's important that stakeholders provide us information to help inform the development of our policy agenda, and we rely on all of you to inform our work. So please visit txchildren.org. Thank you.
Perfect. Kathy, do you have a 20-second soundbite?
Sure, just come by and visit or let us know how we can help you.
And Representative?
I can tell you that we are always interested in having people come by and talk to us who are advocating on behalf of children. And I encourage you all when the session begins, but before it begins, get involved and come by our offices or call or send us emails so that we can be on target and we can be aware of the concerns that you have.
Senator?
Thank you, Madeline. All of y'all do wonderful work, but imagine if we all did just a little bit more, the differences we could make in these children's lives. If you'd like to get involved with the Blue Ribbon Task Force, you can go to carlosuresti.com. And thank y'all for what you do.
How about a hand for all of our panelists? They did a wonderful job. Thank you so much.
How many of you have heard of 0 to 3 before? Oh, good, great. I'm glad to see that. We have really strong programs in advocating for the needs of babies and toddlers, and we specialize in prenatal through 3 years for a reason, because of, as you already know, most of you here, and those of you who didn't, you learned today when Robin spoke about how really vulnerable infants and toddlers are during that period of time. I have the privilege of being from a military family. So I was raised in a Navy family, and of course was in the 70s, and I said, absolutely no way would I ever marry anybody in the military. And of course you heard, my husband walked into the Family Service Center when I was working, and he needed so much help, I made it my lifelong project. I'm still working on him. So we do have 2 children, and I have been passionate about supporting military families. And I can tell you something that I can, not just because I am a military child and because I have military children, but I truly believe our military are some of our most resilient, most resourceful, strongest folks out there. They really cope with a lot. They go in it knowing they're going to be facing a lot, and they're able to maintain and do what it needs to do to get the job done. And I really admire military families, especially in today's environment. So hopefully you'll join with me today, and we're going to talk a little bit about, in spite of those strengths, in spite of that resilience, what is the impact on those babies and toddlers? What is the impact on the older children? And how can we, as a community, support those babies and toddlers? But let's start with you guys. I can't have all of you introduce yourselves, but I'm wondering, anyone here who is currently serving in the military, and I know we have at least one, could you please stand? Currently serving in the military. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Anyone who has served in the military, our veterans out there, would you please stand? Thank you for your service. Thank you. Thank you. So, and then those who were married to someone in the military, would you please stand? This is the heart of the military family. Thank you. Those of you who are children of military, would you please stand? Many of the same, like me. Not going to marry military, and you still did, right? Thank you. Thank you. And then those of you who have brothers or sisters or uncles or aunts who served in the military, would you please stand? I still see a pattern. A lot of people have stood several times. Thank you for your service, because you're supporting that military member in your family. And then those of you who have neighbors or personal friends who have served in the military, would you please stand? Is there anyone here who has not stood yet? Because you know what? I think a lot of us don't think about how close we are to the military and how connected we are to the military community. They are our loved ones. They are our neighbors. They are our families. They are our best friends. They're our children's friends. They're everywhere. And the military life today can be challenging, shall we say. And so we really want to make sure that we do all we can to address our military families. So if you'll sit tight with us, we're going to start with talking a little bit about military culture. What is military family life like? We're going to talk about babies and toddlers, and then other children, older children, and then we're going to talk about some strategies that you can use, hopefully concrete strategies that you can use to support families, some ideas to be mindful of as you support families, and then some resources for you. So that's hopefully 90 minutes. Liz and I are both talkers, and so we're going to try, you're going to see us like pull each other off the stage because we're going to try and keep to our timetable, okay? We have little reminders and stuff. So Liz, your turn.
Very happy to be here, and was in the military 30 years, wearing the green uniform. It kind of got imprinted on me. I kind of tend to wear green a lot when I'm not wearing the uniform. So absolutely glad to be here today. What I want to do is to provide, like we would in our pediatric residency training programs there at the San Antonio Military Medical Center, and also whenever we're working with trainees, students, other providers, about an overview of the military culture, military life, to kind of sensitize them to the community in which their patients are living. So we'll talk about the uniformed services, Army, Air Force, Marines, and Navy under the Department of Defense, and the Coast Guard under now the Department of Homeland Security. But when I think these days still about our military community, and in the clinical medical setting in which I see them, words come to mind: waiting, worrying, grieving even for some. We all know the inherent danger of military operations, whether in time of war or not. The danger potential even in training activities. Post 9/11, it was a changed world. And we really saw an increased focus of concern, rising levels of anxiety, as within our military communities, we talked about potentially not only service members abroad and here at home, but their family members potentially being targets themselves of terrorism. So, increased engagement of the military that we know about over the past 10 to 13 years in Iraq and Afghanistan, ongoing geopolitical volatility around our world. And I say, when our military families and service members are watching the news and we're talking about Syria, we're thinking about it sometimes in an intensely personal, maybe different way than other folks who are watching that news. I sat in the waiting room of the pharmacy last week as there was ongoing discussion about voting about Syria, and people were absolutely leaned forward in their seats, service members and family members listening to that. And of course, these days, dramatic, graphic media impacts bringing Battlefront to television and right into our living rooms. So, 1.4 million active duty service members. Over half of them married, 44% with children, 5% of these as single parents. 855,000 ready reserve and National Guard. Again, close to 50% married, over 40% with children, 9% single parents. Almost 60% of service members overall have family responsibilities, and this may be adult children, adult children with special needs, and elder care requirements. That is an increasing challenge across the country and facing our service member families as well. Approximately 2.3 million service members have deployed since 2001. Almost half have deployed more than once, up to 18 months or longer away from their family. For National Guard service members, quite often as that deployment is coming up, they're pulled away from their family location to training activities away from home for extended periods of time before the deployment, and then may not redeploy home to their home base and family for a few months afterward, after the deployment. So this can be substantial periods of time. Where are the states around the country who have the greatest concentration of active duty service member? Well, Texas is right here near the top. And the same for our National Guard families. Special kind of comments on National Guard and the reserves. You know, in past years, I used to refer to those reservists and guardsmen as the weekend warriors. You know, they're making a little extra money, ready to serve their country and respond to, more likely, disasters here at home. No longer. They make up 45% of the total fighting force and are pulling their weight and more. But with regard to the military family, they are not necessarily living near military installations as they live in rural Nebraska or South Dakota. And they become all of a sudden a military family, not necessarily having grown up inculcated with this culture that Julia referred to of military strength and resiliency, the messages that kind of surround folks as they grow up in a military family and close-knit military community. Living away from military installations and the support resources that are very well developed on military installations and right around military installations to support those families. There are changes in family finances that come for the Guard and Reserve. And a kind of rough estimate is a third of folks have an increase in their income, a third stay about the same, and a third of them have their incomes go down during that period of time. There are changes in health care coverage because now they have access to the military healthcare services in TRICARE, but that may mean making decisions about leaving a trusted family physician and changing their health care. So there are positives and negatives that go along with it. Again, as I say, with regard to concentration of reservists, Texas is right there near the top. We've got up to 2 million children that have been exposed to the deployment of a parent. And in general, the sense is for especially young children, this is experienced as loss. This is a loss within the family of a loved one for a period of time. Not always well understood, depending on your age and cognitive abilities. There are close to 2 million children currently connected with military families, and that includes both active service and reserve, with the greatest concentration overall being in the birth to 5-year-old age range, 30% below the age of 12, 6 to 12, and about a quarter are teenagers. Greater than 50% of these children are cared for not on military installation by uniformed services, pediatric or family medicine. They are cared for out in our communities by other providers. What are some of the challenges of the military way of life? Frequency of moves goes with the territory, and children and families are 3 times more likely to be moving than their civilian counterparts, and generally moving longer distances from the place they were located before, and also those opportunities for being moved out of the country and the cultural issues that go along with that. There's also the issue, especially for the very young family, of isolation, distance from extended family support network, where grandma living in Appalachia doesn't necessarily have the financial resources, nor the young family military living in Hawaii for grandma to be there when that new baby is born. And these are all things we have to keep track of. At this point, I'd like to just provide a very kind of brief overview of the emotional cycle of deployment. And deployment is a period of time when a service member, whether it's going away for an extended training, to combat, responding to disaster, humanitarian situations, goes to perform a mission away from the home installation. Over time, before this combat period over the past 10 years, it was our Navy who routinely went in and out from sea. And there were social service providers who began to identify a pattern of emotional response that spouses would have, anticipating their sailor going off to sea, worrying about whether they would be able to handle things or not. Then the sailor goes off to sea, and now they're really alone. Will I be able to handle this? You know, so a whole series of emotional responses in relation to deployment activity. This over time was generalized to describe how the whole family system responds to deployment. And we try to teach our medical trainees, our mental health and other service providers about likely emotional responses that can be anticipated as normal reactions. You know, fear, worry, concern, irritability during the time that the service member is getting ready to go, that feeling of being overwhelmed potentially, isolated, acutely depressed, shutting down that may be experienced by some as the service member leaves. Generally, family members kind of shake themselves off and kind of regroup, hunker down, and get through the process. Then, as the service member is getting ready to return, there are all these feelings welling up again with regard to, will he or she be changed? If there's been problems, will I be able to help them? Children may be preoccupied, counting down the days till mommy or daddy comes home, interfering with their behaviors at school. Antsy, not being able to sit still maybe, not fully focused on their schoolwork. And then the whole kind of regrouping and the dance of the family trying to reintegrate itself as that service member returns from an extended deployment. And in these past 10 years, a spiral of deployments, one after another, after another, after another, where patients in my clinic say, my daddy's been gone a lot more of my life than he's been here. And the norm is daddy being gone. Again, we talked about impact of media, reporting 24/7. And during kind of the hottest combat activities, onset of deployments into both Afghanistan and Iraq, family members had extremely ambivalent feelings. Well, maybe I'll hear something about him. But what if I hear something bad? What if I see something bad? The ability to Skype. We've absolutely had anxious children express, I want to be able to talk to my daddy, but I just worried that I could see something really bad happen. You know, as very real concerns. So there you have to kind of judge the sensitivity of the child on making decisions about how much television exposure and these other kind of media activities. You can predict, anticipate that some families may have more problem than others if there's been preceding family dysfunction. Mental health issues in either spouse or the children preceding this. Special needs children requiring a lot more attention, both parents fully engaged to support that child's need. The particular closeness of a child to a deployed parent, recent family relocation where all the resources have not yet been put in place, deployment to a combat zone. Very briefly, we all know our service members, and this is being cataloged much more closely than in previous wars. The rates of self-reported mental health problems, 20% returning from Iraq and 11% from Afghanistan, reporting, endorsing difficulties. PTSD, a year after return from Afghanistan or Iraq, 17% of soldiers screened positive for symptoms of PTSD on self-report measures. With serious injury, they're also likely to have higher rates of these things. These things can lead to secondary traumatization of children and the rest of the family. And then the question with regard to all of this is, what about the children? We're focused on, collecting the data here. What about the children?
The children definitely are impacted by what happens to their families, and there's been several studies. Anita Chandra did a study, Patricia Lester and company out of UCLA's Focus program, and it's clear that the children do as well as the parents are doing. So if the parents are having difficulty, then the children are having difficulty. Makes sense, doesn't it? There's definitely tied together. And why is that? I have to say that, let me see if I can get this situated the right way. We really want to be able to recognize deployment impact on families, and part of the reason why is because we want to be proactive. We want to do some things to kind of buffer these young children from stressors. And the other thing that's really important is if we can learn how to do it for these children in our military families, what does that mean? What lessons can we learn that we can then also translate into children who have anticipatory trauma, and how can we prevent them from experiencing, for instance, who are entering the foster care system, or who have parents who are imprisoned, who have parents who have chronic illnesses, or who've experienced something like Newtown. You really want to kind of take the lessons learned from the military and translate it into your community. So it benefits both military children to think about how we can support them, as well as all children, because really what we're talking about are best practices. So when we talk about babies and toddlers, young children, all young children, we know that, as we heard today from Robin, there's no question that these young children are directly impacted by the experiences of their parents. So if a parent is going into combat situation or coming home with any kind of injury, whether it be a visible injury or an invisible injury such as traumatic brain injury or post-traumatic stress disorder, that's going to impact the entire family, especially the babies and toddlers who don't have the ability to kind of choose what experiences they're exposed to. They're right there where the family is. I think that when we think about babies and toddlers, and you think about what's happening to a 0 to 3 child, they're learning object permanence. They're trying to decide, who can be there for me. They're forming these attachments. Well, if the key people in their lives are coming and going, how does that impact attachment? How does that impact their sense of their world? How does it impact their ability to see, am I safe? Am I secure in my environment? Am I able to explore what's going on with me? Or am I uncertain and unsure? And so therefore I have to kind of hold back, and I'm worried more about my safety, and I can't explore my world. So this is something that it's very real for our babies and toddlers. I know when my daughter was 18 months old the first time my husband deployed, and she was okay for about 2 weeks, I think because she was used to him going on training exercises. Then after 2 weeks, she would freak out every time I left her sight, like she was going to die. I mean, she would fall apart, she would cry hysterically. It would take me a long time to get her calmed down again. And it was, my daddy left. Are you going to leave me too? You can almost hear them saying that through their behavior. And so we want to attend to that and try and buffer children for that by using some strategies to try and support them. We know all babies are born wired for relationships. I think that this is something that most people here, I think I'm speaking to the choir here, that that establishing a close, nurturing bond with a primary caregiver is the major developmental task for our young ones. And so how does the military lifestyle with the frequent separations, even if it's not to combat, perhaps they're going to a training exercise in Korea where tensions are high but there's no war at the moment, or they're going to Hawaii for 6 months for some kind of temporary duty. All of those separations can impact a family, especially if there's any kind of fragility there with mental health issues, perhaps maternal depression or anything like that that's going on, it can impact the family. So we want to really pay attention to that. Early relationships matter. We heard it loud and clear this morning. 0 to 3, this is our motto at 0 to 3, early relationships matter. And if I could have your assistance, I want to show you a quick video. Some of you have seen this before, some of you have not. This is called Still Face video. Ed
In the still face experiment, what the mother did was she sits down and she's playing with her baby who's about a year of age.
I'm like a girl. Oh.
And she gives a greeting to the baby gives a greeting back to her.
Yeah.
This baby starts pointing at different places in the world, and the mother's trying to engage her and play with her. They're working to coordinate their emotions and their intentions, what they want to do in the world. And that's really what the baby is used to. And then we ask the mother to not respond to the baby. The baby very quickly picks up on this, and then she uses all of her abilities to try and get the mother back. She smiles at the mother. She points because she's used to the mother looking where she points. The baby puts both hands up in front of her and says, "What's happening here?" She makes that screechy sound at the mother, like, come on, why aren't we doing this? Even in this 2 minutes, when they don't get the normal reaction, they react with negative emotions, they turn away, they feel the stress of it, they actually may lose control of their posture because of the stress that they're experiencing.
Okay. I'm here. And what are you doing? Oh, yes. Oh, what a big girl.
In the still face experiment,
So
what the
that's
mother
it.
did
We can
was
stop.
she sits down and she's
Yes.
playing
Thank
with her
you
baby
very much,
who's-
Adam. So what do you think? Are babies paying attention to us? Absolutely, they're paying attention to us, and they're being impacted by what we're feeling and what we're experiencing. The lovely thing, I think that the attachment dance between mother and child, how attuned they are with each other, it's a beautiful example in the beginning. And when mother is not emotionally available, the effect is immediate on that baby. And so you think about what happens with chronic depression or anxiety disorders or parental absence and going to someone you don't know. What does that do to a baby's development, the sense of themselves? And so a lot of this is why 0 to 3 is so adamant and really helping to educate people about the fact that early relationships matter. The reality is misattunement happens, you know, that you can't constantly be there and be attuned to your child 24/7. You know, there's going to be times when you have to, you know, like I said, take a shower. You know, leave your baby crying in their playpen or crib while you run and take a shower. You have to sometimes you have to get dinner cooked. You have to go to work and leave them at childcare. There's things that life happens. But the balance between attunement and misattunement has to be in the favor of attunement in order for a child to be buffered from the effects of stress. So for our military families, all the more so, we want to make sure, since we have these kind of planned stressors on families like military deployment, how can we maximize this attunement so that the balance is towards attunement rather than misattunement for our babies and toddlers? How can we pay attention to that? Really, balance is the key. How do babies react when they're stressed? You all can make a list for me, I'm sure. Here's some listed, but some of these very behaviors where children are saying loudly, my world is upside down, I'm upset, I don't know what's going on. They say it through their behavior, and if you think about it, increase in aggressive behavior, harder to engage, they're withdrawn. Those kinds of things, that clinginess, crying, whininess. If I asked you what your pet peeves were, I bet you several of you would say whininess, you know, right? So the idea is these things like play acting out scary events. How many of you work in a child development center here? How many of you have child development centers that don't allow gunplay at child development centers? It's a NACI standard, okay? You don't allow it. But yet these children are play acting out this scary event that my parent went to war, bang, 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 the good guys won because they're trying to process what's happening. We have to be cognizant of that and not just scold them for the behavior, but help them say, are you thinking about your mommy that's over there? Let's go draw mommy a picture, rather than saying, no, 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 we don't play with guns. You know, we have to kind of move it and try and see what is that child saying through their behavior. Does that make sense to you? So it's really kind of really taking the time to understand what that behavior is saying, especially because from the perspective of the child and the caregiver, those behaviors, what's happening to that caregiver, that parent, is they're probably also, perhaps their best friend has gone away, the person that's been their primary support, and so who's supporting them? What's that interaction like between that parent and child? You can see that it's really ripe for child maltreatment. And that's why we want to make sure that we're highlighting this so we can support the family before something negative happens and really help that family as much as possible by being in tune to the family ourselves as caregivers, by having that relationship with families that we can see what's going on and we can offer the support that's necessary. We're going to talk about strategies a little bit more in a minute, but the idea of helping parents translate that behavior into what is the child trying to say is one of the key things that we need to do, because we know that all behavior does have meaning. So how do we translate that? And how do we understand the context for which the behavior is occurring? One of the things we have to ask ourselves is the behavior developmentally appropriate? You know, there's periods of times when children have stranger anxiety, 6 months, 18 months, you know, and separation anxiety. We have to understand, what does that mean? If you have a child who has stranger anxiety and then they're doing the reintegration process with a parent returning from combat and it coincides with separation anxiety, perhaps that child might have a harder time warming up to that parent. And helping the family prepare for that so they're not feeling, shall we say, disrespected is a very important thing to do in helping that family with the cycle. So understanding the emotional cycle of deployment, understanding child development, and marrying the two to help parents understand how to interpret the behavior of their children, it kind of is the key. So we do know that course of development can be altered in early childhood by effective interventions that change the balance between risk and protective factors. Now, how many of you have been schooled on the 6 protective factors? So a couple of you have. There's a whole list that are promoted. You can go to our 0 to 3 website, it's on there. But things like helping to teach children about their emotions, how to identify their emotions, things like making sure the family has a support system are all listed in that. So all of these are resiliency factors. And I think the military does a really good job of promoting resiliency for our military families. But most of our military families don't live on an installation. Most of our military families don't attend military child development centers. They're in your communities. They're in your programs. They're your neighbors. And so we need the whole community to be able to respond to them. And then what happens when those military families leave the military and become veterans? Again, we need to be cognizant of what's going on with them in order to support them a little bit better. We do know that deployment and can cause a bump in child maltreatment, primarily in neglect cases. And reintegration is another kind of period where the children are at risk for child maltreatment, again, primarily caused by the stressors that occur in that family. And we also know that maternal depression has a major factor in child neglect. So let me put you for a minute just to think. If you had a partner in life who is you've decided to get married and be together forever, you have children together, and then that partner decides they're going to leave for 6 months for a cause that's really important to them, and you're home with your kids alone, are you going to be happy? Obviously you're going to go through a grief process yourself. How does that impact your children? Well, our military families do this day in and day out, all the time. And the thing is, they've developed wonderful support systems for themselves, wonderful programs to support them. I don't know how many of you know about the New Parent Support Program that the all services have to go into the home. They have excellent child development centers. They have mental health available. But it's still very difficult for our families, and we really need to spend a lot of time kind of educating them about what's out there and how we can support them. I think with that, maternal depression, I think I mentioned. I'm going to turn it over back to Liz. We're going to talk about older children.
going to pick up then where Julia left off with regard to then what do I see in the pediatric clinic in terms of the fallout of maternal depression. And these do include, as was just discussed, the potential for neglect as an individual shuts down, abuse, not intended. And for some of these families, as I said, the very young, new wife, newly moved to North Carolina, grandmother lives in Washington State, haven't yet set up all the support resources, haven't really met the neighbors, haven't found a church or synagogue yet, and dad is immediately caught up in preparing for deployment and then deploys. Now what do I do? What we see in the pediatric setting in situations like this is underutilization of preventive services. So mom isn't bringing baby in for the 3-month checkup, the 6-month checkup, the 9-month checkup. Overutilization of urgent care, reactive, emergency medical resources, just-in-time health care. But then their regular doctor isn't having the opportunity to see patterns and trends playing out when that family's presenting to the emergency department. Over time, ongoing disengaged parent understimulation of a baby. How does this play out? Cognitive delays, potentially. Language delays. Delays in readiness for school over time. They talked about that extreme case this morning, failure to thrive, the child shutting down, disengaged, feeding difficulties. So, this is a case right from the clinic. Dad brings in 7-month-old infant to the primary care provider for the 6-month checkup. Doesn't know how to handle the baby crying all the time. There are feeding difficulties. We have now integrated into our military electronic health records, just like we check and mark off blood pressure, height and weight. Do you have a family member deployed? Getting ready to deployed, recently come back, how's that going? To try to take a pulse on kind of family behavioral mental health along with all those other vital signs. So the pediatric resident gets the information from dad. Mom has deployed in the past month. Dad's never been the sole caretaker. The doctor even finds out he has a past psychiatric history. And dad describes the mom as the glue that's always held things together in the family. Sometimes dad does feel like he could lose it when the baby cries. And we're talking here about, at the worst, the potential for shaken baby syndrome. Not that he's planning this. So emergent social work service consult is immediately obtained to assess safety for the baby and for the daddy. Mom brings in a 3-year-old to our pediatric clinic for new onset biting in the child care center, and they're threatening to kick him out. We saw a real acute escalation of this with mass deployments in places like Fort Hood and Fort Bragg. Daddy's just deployed in the past month. Yeah, the child does seem anxious, irritable at home, kind of running around, getting into things, hitting his little sister, clinging. Leaving him at the Child Development Center requires extra time and reassurance. Once they kind of figure this out, this is just not unpleasant behaviors on the part of a 3-year-old child. This is a 3-year-old child in distress, who's confused, whose daddy has suddenly disappeared. Who will help him? Who will recognize that he needs a little bit of extra support right now? And that requires, you know, some training of the child development staff and all those working with these young children to take a look at these new behaviors and say, what is behind this? School-age children. In our clinics, we may see rise in physical complaints, maybe more irritable, fall in school performance, school avoidance possibly, increased fighting, other behaviors such as being more fearful or anxious. So, 7-year-old girl comes into the clinic with stomach pains, and she's missing a lot of school. Patient lives on a military installation. There's been a recent tragedy in Dad's deployed unit overseas. Several service members killed or injured. Everybody's talking about it in the community. She hears her mother's worried conversations. Will her daddy be all right? What if something happens to mommy? School avoidance, school absence, refusal is not always about perceived threats and problems at school, but worries about things at home. And maybe if I keep mommy in sight at all times, everything will be okay. But we, as the adults around them, have to figure this out because they're not putting it into words like this for us. So what does distress look like in the school setting? Again, the child may be irritable, crying easily, fighting, withdrawn, decreased concentration, decreased school performance, getting into trouble. It's worthwhile for a military parent to let a teacher know, Daddy's just deployed. If they're a particularly vulnerable, sensitive child, maybe the school counselor needs to be made aware of that right up front. So people kind of check in a little more closely on that child. And if there are escalating unhealthy behaviors and signs of distress, they come to see their pediatrician. So educating school staff, particularly in locations where deployment levels are high in their communities with large concentrations of military children. This can be very helpful to have this kind of information and know what kind of resources might be available to those families and to be proactive in communicating back with that parent. Adolescents who I work with most of the time, misdirected anger, possibly seeing them for depression, anxiety, acting out behaviors to include whether increased or onset of sexual activity, addressing their anxious, depressed feelings with substance or alcohol use, self-criticism, a lot of times keeping quite a bit of this inside of themselves, not wanting to further distress the home front parent, or feeling ashamed that they really aren't handling it. You know, when everybody has told Sonny, buck up, you're the man of the house now. But maybe he, as a child, still also needs that reassurance, but needs avenues to be able to safely discuss his feelings and understand that he's not alone. 15-year-old girl comes into our clinic for a school sports physical. On filling out the school forms, the screener says, hey, you didn't put down what school you're going to. She angrily states, I don't know what school I'm going to or what sport I might be playing. And it's kind of like, wow, this is an unusual response. Rest of the story, father was severely injured in Iraq. He's now hospitalized in San Antonio. Mom has moved the whole family away from the state they were living in to be close by Dad. The teen's life has been turned upside down. Mom is spending most of her time at the bedside of injured daddy. The kids are sitting in an apartment or, the Fisher House across from the hospital, kind of waiting to see what is now going to unfold before them. And at this point, it wasn't a matter of checking off the box, yeah, you can play baseball. It was mobilizing support services. There were much more significant issues to address. But what we say is we have to constantly keep our feelers up for these kind of issues because they're coming in and out of our clinic doors all the time, as they do across the nation. When our presenter this morning talked about 1 in 5 children coming into a primary care clinic at any given time have some kind of mental, behavioral health issue attached, whether that's what they're there to see you for or not. At this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Julia to kind of give us an overview of strategies for kind of addressing some of these issues.
So a lot. I'm feeling depressed. Oh my gosh. And I think that it's something that we kind of take for granted with our military families. Oh, they're doing their thing, but we forget about the ramifications for the whole family. Now, most families are doing quite well. I can tell you that my daughter did recover from her father's absence, did realize that mom wasn't going anywhere. It took a lot of effort to support her and to help her realize that, we were there for her. But it also took effort for people to support me to realize that I had this network of support as well. And as a community, I think we really do come together to support our military families and our veteran families, and it makes a big difference. So a lot of times you may not realize how big of a difference it makes for you. So how many of you have on your forms where you work, are you military connected? Hooray, hooray. Because many times we don't even know our militaries are in our midst because we don't ask. And our military families might say, well, I work for the UPS, or I work for Home Depot, or I work for this construction company, or I work for this medical facility. And they don't identify themselves as military. But they may be National Guard, Air Guard, or they may be reservists who drill on the weekends and are ready to go at a moment's notice, and then they get the call, and you're not aware that they're even going through this unless you have that kind of relationship with them that you fostered where they're saying, yes, you need to know what's going on in my life so you can better support my children, or you need to know what's going on in my life so you can better support me so that I can support my children, which it all goes together. So some of the things that we've kind of come up with to think about supporting families is this, military loves acronyms. Early care providers love acronyms too. So we thought we'd come up with an acronym, So we came up with SERVE. So here's our SERVE, and so we'll explain each one. First, bottom line, you have to support the child. You have to help that child feel safe and secure, that they really do have a safe place, a safe base from which to operate. And some of us do this directly through our service with families, and some of us do it indirectly through our work as an administrator. But no matter what, the idea is having the child have a place where they know they can go to and be emotionally vulnerable, be real, and someone's going to be there to support them, no matter what the age of that child. For our babies and toddlers, it's critical. Have you ever seen a toddler who has a secure base with their parent and you're just observing them? It's really kind of cool because they'll, maybe you're at a restaurant and you see a little kid and they put the kid on, out of the high chair, they're on the ground, and the child kind of looks at the parent and they go away a little bit, then they turn around and look back. Just checking, making sure you're there. Then they go a little bit more. It's like, you're still there, okay. And all of a sudden they can't see the parent. It's like, whoa, I'm going back, I can't see my parent. That's a secure base, It allows them to go about the business of developing because they feel safe and secure. So that's the first thing that we want to do. And to support a child, you have to support the whole family. Think about that, especially for our babies and toddlers, our preschoolers, our young children. You have to support the whole family because the baby's not able to leave that family. They are part of that family. So whatever happens to that family is mirrored through their emotions and their reactions. The E in SERVE, the first E, is expand. And I like, Ron Lally out of West Ed talks about expansion in the early development field, where you kind of help expand a young child's understanding of what's going on through the use of language, where you have instead of saying this is a ball, you say, this is a ball, it's round, look what color it is, it's smooth, and you expand the experience for the baby, right? Well, kind of taking that one step further, the idea here, expand, is really expand the family's understanding of what's going on for that child. Rather than saying, oh, your child's experiencing a reaction because their parent left, but really saying, well, what's this like for you? How was yours? What's the child's developmental age? How does that impact what's going on? What kinds of support do you have? What's available? So really kind of broadening it up where you really kind of help the family truly understand how all of it plays into what's going on with the family. We also have to expand the awareness of some of our professionals. This is Julia's pet peeve number 1, is when you go to an adult family support person or an adult adult therapist and you say, I have these great resources for babies and toddlers, and the first thing they say is, I don't work with kids, right? Have you experienced that? I don't work with kids. And you go, well, wait a minute. Do you work with adults? Yes. Do any of those adults have children? Yes. Then you work with kids. Huh? But to understand the parallel process that the adults that you're working with, what happens to them comes home, right? And so really helping to broaden the awareness of all professionals who work with families about the importance of parallel process, the importance of that child-parent interaction and that relationship, and how we have to pay attention to the children, even if we're working with only the adults in the family. So really expand that awareness. Referring. What does referring mean in your setting? What are some of the places that you make referrals to? So a non-military place here, if you get a military family in, do you know where to go? Where to send them to? Anyone here? You get a military family in, where do you send them if they have a need? Let's say they're having a tough time with the deployment. What would you tell them? What kind of resources would you offer? Family advocacy, family services, anyone else? Some of you are saying, I don't even know what family advocacy is. What's family services? Sometimes it's hard. If you're not working with the military community, how do you know where to go? How do you know where to go? We're going to talk about how to find those resources in a little while to help you out there. But also one of the things that I know is I've been to places where someone comes in with a problem and they're going, I don't know about you, but I'm a great problem solver. You tell me a problem, I'll go, okay, first you need to do this, and then you also have to do this, and then this is a great resource, and also this is another wonderful resource. And while you're at this resource, make sure you ask about this because that's important. Pretty soon the person's going, whoa, I'm overwhelmed. There's too much. Or you're the place that says, you know what? Here's a list of resources, take them out, pick the one that's best for you and call them. Next. So how we make a referral makes a big difference for our families. And so we want to think about making sure that referral isn't a source of additional stress, but instead it's a source of relief. And we really have to know our families. Some of our families, we need to do a warm handoff. Some of our families want the list. Don't tell me just give me the list of names and I'm fine with that. And we have to know our families to know what's the best way for them to receive a referral rather than assuming everybody's the same. So especially with our babies and toddlers being so vulnerable, it's important that we know if a family really truly needs a resource, that we make sure that we get them to that resource in a way that's best for that family. That means strengthening our collaborations because sometimes we have to know more about the program we're referring to so we can do a warm handoff. So the more you can get to know those resources that you refer to a lot, the better, because then you can say to your family, I met Sally there, and she is amazing. You'll really like her. When you go in, she's going to be a little weird at first. She's going to be really friendly. She might even try and give you a hug. Don't get scared off. She's really great. It's amazing how that makes it just so much more approachable for a family. And when a family's dealing with a lot of stress, that makes all the difference in the world to them. So we really, again, want to make sure that it's a source of support rather than a source of additional stress. Some referrals that you might think about for a military family, first of all, is encourage them to use their natural support systems. Who do you go to? Do you have neighbors or friends that you can talk to? Have you met any other parents that you take your child to Little Tot Ballet or at the Mommy and Me play class? Have you met anybody that you can develop a relationship with? Really encourage them to use these support systems and to develop natural supports for themselves. That's very important. It's a protective factor. They also have lots of programs here in the San Antonio area at the different installations that families can turn to. And they have an information referral place on the installation that can help you. But they have child development centers, they have counseling services available, they have medical services available. There's a lot of things available for families. Alcohol, substance abuse counseling services available that can help families. But also they have command representatives. So if you get a family that comes in and say that they're deployed and perhaps the paycheck isn't coming in, there is someone at their command that they can contact to help with those kinds of issues. Or perhaps you work in a medical setting and someone's very, very ill, and you need to bring the away parent back because of it's only a life-threatening illness. Chickenpox and things like that doesn't count. It has to be a life-threatening illness. Sometimes they will bring the service member home. Let's say I had a heart attack, I'm the mom, I had a heart attack, my kids, we need to bring the dad home to come be with me because of what's going on. Or I've diagnosed with cancer, they want to bring me home to be there for the treatment and to help with the kids. They'll bring the military member home. You need to go through the command for that, command representative. Most spouses know who the command representative. I will tell you how to reach it if they don't know who that is. And then also military families have what they call family readiness groups. And this is a peer-to-peer support group. Each service calls it something different. The Air Force calls it the key spouse. Army calls it family readiness group. Navy calls it ombudsman. But basically, it's a peer-to-peer support group where families kind of offer support and a place to call where they're not calling some scary agency or institution. They're calling a fellow spouse. And that's available to our military families as well. So all of these places that you can refer families can be very helpful. The V in SERVE is Be a Voice for Babies. And obviously it's for all children, but I'm going to emphasize babies primarily because I'm a 0 to 3 person. But first of all, help give babies the voice to express what's going on. For my daughter, I said to her, your daddy had to go away for work. Mommy doesn't have to go away for work. Mommy's going to be right here, and I'll be here every day and every night with you. Daddy had to go away for work. Mommy doesn't have to. I know you're sad because Daddy's gone. Mommy's sad too, but Mommy's not going anywhere. And I had to tell her that over and over and over again to help her to get that message. So I had to give voice to what she was feeling because she wasn't old enough to express it herself. So we want to think about that. Even our older children, we may need to help give voice for what they're feeling because it's hard to articulate sometimes some of those emotions. I know many adults who have a hard time expressing some difficult emotions. It's just hard for us. And so to help families to be able to express that helps them to get to the next step of problem solving. And we also want to encourage adults in the life of a young child to understand that baby toddler voice. The more we can do that, they're going to be able to then support that baby. So they're not reacting to the behavior, but they're listening to the behavior and trying to hear what the behavior is saying. The last E is engage families. You really want to ask families, what's their take on what's going on? How's it going for each family member? So as you're working with them, kind of get the backstory. Some of you are working with children where it's a really tough situation. Maybe you're working with the adult and say, who's taking care of the children? Who's helping you take care of the children while you have to go to the hospital to be at your spouse's bedside? To find that information, what kind of support, where do you go? The more you can get the family to share, then you're more able to kind of shape what kind of supports that family needs. So I also threw up here the protective factors just because I thought it was important for you to know kind of what nationally the leaders are saying about what helps families. We talk about risk factors. You can name lots of risk factors like depression, like poverty. These are protective factors. And so we want to support and promote these protective factors in our families to help promote their resilience. The more we can do that, the better. And Gunnar and Davis are two researchers who've done a lot about how do we support children who've been stressed or traumatized. What they say it comes down to controllability, predictability, and social support. So I think that's a pretty good thing. But what do they think? What do you think they mean by controllability? Anybody here? What's controllability? What do you think Gunnar and Davis meant by controllability? Seeing if everybody's say it. Say it really loud. They can handle it. Well, yeah. So, but how do you give, like, let's say, a 3-year-old a sense of controllability? Choices, absolutely. So you're going to give them $5, they can go into the Toys R Us and buy anything they want with that $5, right? What's that child going to do? Fall apart. Temper tantrum. It's choices within limits based on their age and their development. So controllability is really, what can they, their life is upside down. There are so many things that they don't have control over. If you can give them something that they have control over, that'll help. And you think about yourself. If your life is feeling like chaotic and out of control, you try and control something in your life. And same for babies and toddlers. Predictability. What does that mean for a 3-year-old? Routines. Having a routine. The more you can keep a routine the same, the better for our babies and toddlers. And in fact, I had a parent who said, you know what, my kid is doing school refusal. On Monday morning, it's like torture. It's, you know, we try and get the rhythm. By the time Friday, we finally get it down, and the weekend, and then Monday morning, it's back again. And I go, what time does your child go to bed on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday night? 8 o'clock. What time does your child go to bed on Fridays and Saturdays? Oh, 10 or 11, whatever. Yeah, no wonder your child can't wake up on Monday morning and go to school. A routine for a child is 7 days. It's not 5 days. They're not grown-ups. They can't adjust. Or, of course, they're not old people, too, because I can't adjust either. I still go to bed at 10 on the weekends. So babies and toddlers need routines 7 days a week, right? If you know you're going to have to go through something like, let's say you're going to go on a trip, you're going to be PCSing, that's the military way of saying moving to a new duty station. It's a permanent change of stations. You're PCSing to another installation. You know you're going. You have a 6-month-old. You know what? A couple weeks before you start them sleeping in the pack and play, the little portable crib, so that they can sleep in that portable crib all the way across country till you get to your new duty station and you get your new house, so that something is the same. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the more you can keep the same that's predictable for them, the better. And of course, social support, I don't think we have to go into that. I think you know what we mean by that. So these are ways to achieve, help achieve kind of a buffer from the effects of stress: controllability, predictability, and social support. There's one more thing that I think is really important for military families. With their parents coming in and out of their lives is the idea of mindfulness. Now, Yeary, Paul, who's a child developmentalist, who says basically that she holds the parent in her mind, she says, and things, you know, to know that the parent is thinking of them makes them feel connected to that parent. So we really want to promote this mindfulness where the child knows that the parent is thinking of them and that they're thinking of the parent in spite of absences. Some of the ways our parents and children stay connected are through Skype, which is a wonderful way. They talk to each other with a computer screen. But have you met an 18-month-old who can sit in front of a computer screen and have a conversation with their parent? It's like, down, I want to play truck. You know, I don't want to talk to the screen. I want to do something, you know. Or, you know, you think about trying to stop what they're doing because a military member can't call at the same time every day. And so to prepare them that the call's coming, it's not always easy. So they do other things like the USO has, where you video record a parent reading a story, and then they can play that while the parent's deployed, play the recording of the parent reading a book. We did that with my children. There's other things that you can do to promote mindfulness. Child development folks here, how many of you do things within your classroom? Because even just the daily separation from a parent can cause a little bit of stress for children. So you have pictures of family members where they can go and look at them, right? Perhaps you do little projects. Old days, we used to say, quick, sneak out so they don't see you're leaving. Talk about a violation of a child's trust, right? You can't trust me, I'm going to sneak away from you. Bad idea. We've learned, if you think about just basic trust versus mistrust, basic Erik Erikson things that we've learned a long time ago, you want to tell the child, I'm leaving, I will be back, and give that clear message, you know, making sure that the child feels connected. This picture, you can't see it real good, but that's actually my daughter when she was 2 years old on one of her father's deployments. We had a countdown chain to help her count down the days until he came back. So there's things that you can do to keep that connection there. I had one parent who traced his hand and traced his child's hand inside of his hand, and he did that twice and cut out his hand with his child's hand in it. And the child had that up on his wall by his bed. And he took his with him to his Afghanistan and kept it inside of his helmet the whole time he was deployed. There's ways of keeping that connection strong. And it's very, very important for our young children. do our children, do babies have a sense of smell that's important? Yeah. So what about this idea that some parents thought of, that a military member wears their green t-shirt, because it's military, green t-shirt, and then they leave that shirt behind for the baby so the baby can be swaddled in it and smell their away parent. Isn't that amazing? Yes. Navy mom who did that. So the baby babies were swaddled in mom's pajamas, you know. Sense of smell is there. The research has shown that babies can sense the parent's smell. I have a parent who did it one further. A lot of parents, military parents, do that t-shirt idea. Those who are military connected here, I think, can attest that that's one that we've passed on to each other and we've kind of shared through the network. But this mom said, well, you know what? If that works for babies, what about my spouse? So he'd send a shirt home, because she wanted the babies to have fresh ones. So he'd send the shirt home. She would launder the shirt in her home laundry with her fabric softener, seal it up in a zippered top bag, and mail it back to him. So when he got it in Iraq, he would open the bag up, and the smell of home laundry would come, and he'd think of home. I thought that was really cool that he had it going both ways, because you really want it to go both ways. You want the parent who's away to think about the child as well, including making sure they know about developmental information for the baby. So you might make sure that they sign up for the away parent signs up for developmental guidance, so they know how the child's developing, what to expect, and they can support the at-home parent on. It said in my little newsletter that the kid might be teething. So what's that like? Is that going on? How is that for you? It says the baby might be really fussy. Is our little Jeremy fussy for you? So it adds a layer of support between the two parents so they can co-parent that child. So the more you can do that. By the way, 0 to 3 has a great Grow With Me kind of e-newsletter that you can sign up with a child's age. The Department of Defense also has a couple places that you can sign up for those kinds of newsletters too. So with that, we're going to talk about resources for babies. Do you want to start and then I'll jump in? Okay, this is for resources, talking about resources. I'm going to let Liz talk about the ones underneath, and then I'm going to talk about 0 to 3, okay?
So Military Child Education Coalition, has anyone heard of that organization? They're headquartered right up the road, Killeen, Texas. Again, a big, huge, it's the largest military installation in the free world. So educators there in the Killeen area, very tuned in to the particular challenges for military children with regard to educational attainment and optimization, especially in light of the frequency of moves. So they set up a nonprofit organization to advocate for a sensitivity and raising awareness all across the nation among educators, school administrators for the particular support needs and educational challenges for military children. Well, at the time then of increasing deployments, and again, Fort Hood right up the road was a churning, location for service members coming and going, service members returning with injury. They really ramped up all their training and education initiatives for schools and again for administration to how to better support children in the school setting. So if you go on their website, there are many resources for parents, how to keep track of educational requirements as you move from state to state, how to fully support your child at the time of deployment with regard to their ongoing educational requirements, and then training initiatives that were made available through annual conferences where personnel from schools all across the country can come to learn about these issues and disseminate them around the country. Within the state of Texas, Military Child Education Coalition, the governor, the Texas Department of Education, all partnered to blanket school districts across Texas with information and training activities to better support children in schools all across, like I said, the state, to include the issues of supporting children who have been affected by parents with injury or the loss of a parent. They also have, you can find, I was updating, looking on some of these sites here just before the talk, but a guide for leaders, community leaders, for legislators, with regard to policy-making issues that includes a focus on military children needs in different things that are being considered with regards to children. The National Military Family Association is an across-the-nation grassroots advocacy group to really speak up for the needs of families, whether in time of deployment or again in relation to just the background challenges of the military life. They every summer operate a series of Operation Purple camps across the country where children whose parents are deployed, recently deployed, whether from active duty or from Guard and Reserve, can come and be together and have fun out in nature, but at the same time, youth kind of development program integrated in there to build resilience and leadership and give children a chance in a safe environment to be able to talk about their feelings and strategies for coping with separation more healthily. And, you know, I sent one of my adolescent medicine trainees out to these camps to interview children, and particularly they were teenagers into the young adult age range, and out of that, and we'll talk about this again, developed a DVD where adolescents speak out about coping with deployment. They also have some more specialized family camps and camps for families where there has been injury. Child care aware? I don't think I put that on the slide, but I know it's important.
Child Care Aware is the resource and referral agency for child care. That's the national headquarters, and you might have heard it before as NACRA. They changed their name to Child Care, and so you have local child care resource referrals within Texas as well, and basically they help to find child care resources for families. There is a military child care in your neighborhood, so when there's not enough child care spots on the installation, they try and find spots in the community with community providers. If they meet certain standards, military families can get kind of a co-payment, if you will, to help with the cost. There's no free child care in the military. They have to pay, but it helps to reduce the cost down some, so that is made available. And they also help administer when there's respite care type programs. Some families are eligible if there's extreme circumstances. They help to make sure that there's a provider available to do that if they're not near an installation. So it's a great program. There's lots more resources that we're not going through only because of time. One of the key ones that Liz is going to talk about is Military OneSource in a little while. She'll talk about that later. But I wanted to highlight some of our 0 to 3 resources. We have a website, and on the website, if you scroll to the bottom, there's a thing called Military Family Projects. So you click on that. There's a whole bunch of resources on there, including if you're a child development center, there's a 1-hour course on supporting military families that you can take, and there's a certificate you can print out when you're finished with the course. That's free for you to take. It talks about how stress and trauma affects young children, and then specific strategies Child Development Center staff can do to kind of support the whole family, and then talks specifically about injury and bereavement issues for families as well. So it's a great resource. Also on our website, we have a lot of free resources that you can download. So for one example is this brochure called Honoring Our Babies and Toddlers. And this is a professional guide that was developed to really help you understand better military families and working with military families. Again, you can download this for free. It includes things like what's the difference between National Guard, Reserve, and active duty, and a little bit about military culture, a little bit about that. One of the things that I like about it is it talks about just basically how young children might react to separation and what you can think about and do to support that family, and then how they might respond to injury, a parent's injury, and then how they might respond to a parent's death. The nice thing about it is it's very clear guidance for you that gives you lots of resources to kind of use to support families, including common questions parents might ask and kind of what you might say to parents. So it's very, very helpful, kind of a real clear guidance for you. It includes these wonderful charts in there that help interpret babies' behaviors. So it says, when I have this particular behavior, I may be saying and how you can support me. So one example for just pulling one out of the thing. When I look sad or withdraw, I may be saying, I miss mommy. It's hard dealing with all of these changes. How you can support me? Offer me simple, clear words, what I may be feeling. You look sad. Are you missing mommy? Offer me a hug. Let's sit together in the rocking chair. Show me something interesting to see or do. So really clear guidance to kind of take that, what is that behavior and what might their behavior be saying. So I think that this is a great resource for you as a professional. There's a companion piece available on our website that you can also get through Military OneSource, which Liz will talk about, where you can get the actual printed booklet to give to parents on injury and also on bereavement if they lose a parent. And those are free from Military OneSource. We have a series called Supporting Young Children that talks about the importance of taking care of yourself as a parent. It talks about moving. One talks about deployment. One talks about reintegration. One talks about combat stress. So all of those things to kind of help the parents and kind of expand their awareness of what's going on and their understanding of what's going on. So all of that is free to you, free downloads. We also have these really cute, quick little flyer brochures that are even easier to read because there are only about 3 paragraphs on each topic. Same topics, but only like 3 paragraphs. Quick and easy, again, free download. I'm going to not use the mic for a minute. book, and then the families can get the book through Military One Source, which is another great resource. And there's one more that I want to share with you. This is a brand new one. These two books can be bought through Military One Source for free for families. So families just have to call up and they can ask for them. This one, unfortunately, wasn't funded by the Department of Defense, so this is not on the Military One Source website. And so I'm going to. This one was developed we wrote for injured service members and their children. So it's very difficult to, how do you kind of put that together in a way to kind of sensitively help a child know, and what point are you trying to teach a child when there's an injured parent? So what we thought was really important to focus on was that permanency of their unconditional love. That what they can do with the child might change, but their love doesn't ever change. And so that's what this book is about. So there's Sparrow, Mama Sparrow and Baby Sparrow are flying together. They have a routine that they go through. Do you have your map? Check. Is your beak straight and forward? Check. Have your wings spread and ready to fly? Check. And then Sparrow says, Mama, what is it, Sparrow? Do you love me? Mama says, check and double check. So this is a little routine that they have. And then Mama goes away on a trip. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but Mama goes away on her own. Baby Sparrow doesn't get to go with. So Mama comes back and says it was a long, hard flight for Mama. When she came home, Sparrow fluttered about, looking Mama over. Mama, said Sparrow, you look tired. Yes, Sparrow, I am tired. And Mama, Sparrow added, you look worn. Yes, sighed Mama, I feel worn. Sparrow thought for a while, and then, Mama, Sparrow asked, do you still have your map? Yes, said Mama, but it's a little torn. Oh, said Sparrow. Well, asked Sparrow, have still your beak straight and forward? Well, I'm afraid my beak is bent and low, says Mama. Oh, I see, said Sparrow. Well, have your wings spread and ready to fly? My wing is clipped, said Mama. I won't be doing any more flying. Mama was quiet now, and so was Sparrow. Sparrow gently flew to the ground, thinking about what Mama had said. Then he thought some more until his Mama came looking for him. Sparrow? Mama perched gently beside Sparrow. Sparrow was afraid to look at her. Sparrow, Mama whispered again. What is it? A few moments went by, and then a few more as Mama waited, patiently, quietly, until finally, Mama, do you love me? Sparrow asked. Mama turned to look at Sparrow. She leaned in close, making sure Sparrow heard every word. Check and double check. Mama leaned in closer still, her feathers nestled against Sparrow's. Sparrow sighed, sinking deeper into Mama's wings. He could feel both their hearts beating together. Sparrow felt warm and happy. He had missed these moments with Mama. Well then, smiled Sparrow, I guess we're good to go. And away they went, back to the nest, hopping along. So the book is written specifically for injured Marines, sailors, soldiers, airmen, National Guardsmen, Air Guard, it doesn't matter what it is. But can you see that it also is very appropriate for any type of impairment a child might experience with their parent? It might be a mental health issue with a parent, a psychiatric disorder, it could be a chronic illness with a parent, it could be a car accident. It doesn't specify what it is. And what does the child want to know? Do you still love me? Is your love still there? Are we still a thing, you and I? Do we still have this relationship? And that's what the book reinforces. And so this book has been made available through 0 to 3s. We provided it to all of the major trauma, polytrauma centers for the VA, at the Fisher houses, at the polytrauma centers. We also made it available through Focus. Some of you know Families Overcoming Under Stress, which is a military program to help reintegration for military members. So they have got it. Unfortunately, we don't have it available for everyone. We have to, unfortunately, sell it, which we hate. We like when we can give it for free, but it's available, and I'll invite you to come up and look at it afterwards. So a few of our resources that are available for you. Let's see, I think I have real quick. You can find out more at 0 to 3's website. And we also have a book called Connections, which is a book of activities that parents and children can do together. And so it's kind of to help you guide an activity. You can have an activity at a parent meeting, for instance, or if you work as a home visitor, it's an activity you might do during a home visit. Or you can have a whole kind of a activity day where you have all kinds of activities, and it helps you think about those activities you can do with very young children. So that's available too. There you go. Thanks.
And I think we're coming, right here to the end. And what I would bring your attention to, these are, all in the lanyard handout. Sesame Street Workshop has developed their Talk, Listen, and Connect series. At first, with the ongoing deployments, they put out one specifically focused on deployments and return home. Over time, they expanded that to include changes. And it's this same idea: when the service member comes home changed. And in a DVD form with interactive educational materials on how to support parents in these times. Mr. Poe and friends discuss family reunion after deployment. Is kind of like a puppet series for early school-age children thinking about and being anxious about a service member coming home, and will Daddy, Mommy really remember me? Will they be the same? I've grown and changed, and helping kids to kind of prepare for that. Military youth coping with separation when a family member deploys. This is the DVD video that we developed here in San Antonio. What we obtained support from the American Academy of Pediatrics with some funding from the Army as well, and engaged a nationally recognized youth development resiliency expert integrated into the production of this. So at the end of that DVD, there's a resource: how to, as a teenager, develop your own personalized healthy coping plan, with education on strategies for, again, promoting resiliency. All of these are available through, as Julia commented, Military OneSource, which you can access online. They have a 1-800 number. This is a resource where military families, service members, and folks serving military can obtain all kinds of information. You can obtain information from a master's level responder, by phone on how to find non-clinical counseling support resources in your community, how to translate adoption papers from one language to another, but also in that are multiple resources on preparing families for deployment, supporting families better with reintegration. You can download and look at these DVDs online or order them. A number of organizations who have all kinds of information to inform families and child-serving professionals. American Academy of Pediatrics, Uniform Services section, all kinds of information on the latest research literature on impact on children of deployment. Department of Defense, Office of Military Child in Transition and Deployment, again, another source for resources that educators could use, that families could use. Military Home Front, I bring your attention to this last one, Military Child Initiative for Educating School Personnel. If you go on there, there's a web-based course on building resilience in school children with education on the military community and better supporting children. Finally, very specifically, when families have been traumatized, there are very specific resources now to better support children in the face of a parent who's experienced PTSD and other traumas.
We are out of time. We'd really like to thank you for participating today, and boy, the 90 minutes went fast. I invite you, if you want to, I think your transition to the next workshop, but if anybody wants to come and see any of the materials, you feel free. Also, 0 to 3 is having their National Training Institute here in San Antonio in December. If anybody's interested, I have flyers on it, so you can come and get that. And thank you so much for everything you do for our family. Absolutely. There you go. And we're trying to get funding specifically for veterans, so that as soon as we do, we'll look for more. We're in touch with
And then the new fiscal year is coming in, so if there was any solicitations for funding any outsourcing clinics, that's what we can contract out to community clinics for mental health under psychology department. Yeah.
You don't need direct practice by
And so I think that's what I'm trying to think of. There's like a child therapy that
Do you want there's lots here in the community that you could refer folks to, and I would suggest you connect with Kathy Fletcher, who's organized this conference, because she knows that she's actually Adam. Oh, I know. Yeah. Adam has given us some work for them too about the infant mental health association here in Texas, who is the best place for baby child issue,
About 3 seconds. All right.
Test.
Perfect. Okay. You're set to go.
Okay, so the website, is it on the website?
And that's here in yeah, I will see. If it is possible, I might not be able to do it.
It's on our website.
And then they will actually be able to print them.
Yeah, it's not a continuous
Because my children are both up about their schedules are very tight.
Well, I'm concerned about giving support to military families because I work with family services.
If you want to shoot me an email, what slots are over?
Thank you.
It's all on there, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not a Texan, so I don't have resources here.
Got it. She's actually coming back from the airport.
She's the one that has been all the drums. Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for making that work.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
If I
I'm sorry?
You need to come to our NCI.
I'd love to.
Hi there. Great presentation.
Good?
Yeah.
It's free to everybody.
Yeah.
We got all our speakers. I think we're good.
Here's the clicker if you need to Jen slides.
Okay, great.
Man, we did good. We're so worried about taking each other's time. Neither of us took each other's time. We like had 5 minutes to spare. And then I took your time.
That's what one of the things it says.
Chilly in here.
It is cold.
I started to wear a sweater over this, and I was like, well, that was stupid because it's hot outside. And I was regretting I was sitting out there freezing to death thinking I should have worn a sweater. Should have brought my jacket.
It has been cold in here all day. And I guess Kathy's aware of it. She said that's one of the two complaints they've had.
Yeah. It's cold. Sure.
So how many leave on a Friday afternoon?
Yeah, that's
Well,
what it
that's
said.
what I'm thinking. People are out of here.
Going last on a Friday.
I think there's a 10-minute break right now.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a break about.
Well, they were supposed to end at 25. They were supposed to start at
We should be starting.
35, but we can make it work, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Let people get in here and then start. It's fine.
Mine's actually
My
pretty
flight's
short.
not till 5:50, so
If
we'll
you're
make
right
it.
to the
We'll make it. It's fine. No problem.
Yeah, we're not far from the airport.
It's a good thing. I need to get back to the office. I just realized I ran out last night without my computer, and I certainly can't go all weekend without it.
Yeah. I hear you.
But yeah, you were right alongside the highway.
I haven't been out here before. This is a really nice facility.
It is a nice facility. Yep.
I've asked Kathy a couple times. Everyone assures me it's not very, comparatively, it's not very expensive. Should I try to get someone to adjust it?
I think they had said that earlier. It's probably one of these things where
Keeping
you
everybody
either
awake.
cut it off or you have it on.
Yeah, yeah. I'd much rather be a little cool. Than
Yeah, it's fine, and that keeps people awake.
Oh, we just at the board meeting the other day when we were over at Merrill Lynch. That room got pretty stuffy fast.
Yeah, I'm not sure that, I mean, it's not perfect. I don't know if we're switching. It was adequate, it wasn't.
Yeah, we have good meeting spaces at Valero, but it's almost like USAA trying to get in now with security and stuff. Yeah, you have to have your name on the list.
And News Star too, I just don't know where they want.
All of the talk. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well,
Whatever you want.
Yeah, just whenever you want to, you can.
That works.
I don't think it's on right.
Just put it to your mouth.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully you are all awake and alert and ready to start a wonderful weekend. And we are just honored that you have chosen to come to this session and stayed this afternoon. My name is Marion Sokol. I'm one of the founding members of Voices for Children and very proud of that. I also am here today as representative of the Children's Bereavement Center. And what we have today is a workshop that is a result of a question. We know that everyone in this room cares a great deal about children. But our question is whether or not we're prepared to care for the children in the aftermath of a crisis. Crises come unexpectedly. Many of them today are sudden, they're senseless. I turned on the news this morning and heard there was a gunman that went into McDonald's in Fort Worth yesterday, pulled out a gun, fired shots, or tried to fire shots, and the gun didn't go off. Ran outside, he was shooting, bullets were flying, came back in, tried again, and for some miraculous reason, the gun again did not go off, so no one was killed in that incident. But tragedy surrounds us in today's society, and while we try not to focus on it, I think it's imperative for us to ask the question, are we prepared? So I started visiting with Kathy Fletcher about 3 or 4 months ago and said, we who work at the Children's Bereavement Center recognize what death does in families. What happens to children who suddenly are faced with sudden death of a loved one, or even prolonged death of a loved one, or a suicide or a homicide? What comparatively must it be like to deal with this when you're talking about Sandy Hook or Littleton or Boston in the bombings? What happens to the children? What happens immediately, and then what happens in the aftermath of a crisis? And are we prepared as a community? And I didn't know who else to ask the question to. Kathy gave me a few suggestions, so we talked to the Red Cross, we talked to Clarity, we talked to STRAC, the regional authority, and every one of them cares a great deal. But no one really had an answer. So Kathy turned around and said to us, we're giving you a 90-minute session. Go find someone who knows about what communities are dealing with when there is a crisis, and put together a session that will help us understand how we can first, begin to even organize and prepare for this, and also, as people who work for nonprofit agencies representing children, see if also you can find out how we can best communicate, starting with today, when we want to talk about how do you go forward, reassure children that their world is a safe one, even if you can't guarantee what tomorrow will bring. So that is the essence of what we're going to do today. I found 2 wonderful, wonderful speakers, and I'm glad you're here to enjoy them. Andy McNeil, nationally, is the head of the National Alliance for Grieving Children. He has worked with these communities and brings a great deal of knowledge to us. And Bill Day, I'm proud to say, is a board member and a vice chair of the board for the Children's Bereavement Center. Bill is vice president of media and communications for Valero. And so we're going to listen to both of them today as we ask the question of how do you, as a community, prepare for crises that can happen at any time. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Andy, first. And I thank you for being here, leaving your family and your girls in Florida and coming to join us.
Thank you. Thank you. So glad that you did stay for this afternoon. Thankful for the opportunity to come and share. I'm going to specifically look at how, as communities, we can support the mental health of a child in the face of a crisis, and also on down the road beyond that crisis, because quite often what children go through isn't just the immediate aftermath, but it's their they're dealing with it for some time after the event. And that's quite often invisible to many of us, and we don't see it, but the child is struggling nonetheless. A little bit about my experience. I have been working with children and families for the last 22 years. I was a youth pastor for about 10 years. Took teenagers all over the country on trips and dealt with them in their good times and their bad times and breakups with boyfriends and girlfriends and all the things that, you know, kids struggle with the death of parents or a family member. I've buried their friends, worked with teenagers in that regard. And probably the gray in my beard, there's a teenage story in every gray hair in my beard. Kids rolling off bluffs and all sorts of things that happened that I won't go into today. But that was about 10 years of my life. I have spent the other, well, it overlapped a bit, about 15 years working with families who specifically have had someone in their life die. I ran a center in Birmingham, Alabama called the Amelia Center that provided counseling to children and teenagers who had a mom or a dad or a sibling die, and it also provided counseling to parents who had a child die. I also ran a program that was connected with a hospice in South Florida where we provided counseling from age 3 all the way to age 99. Anyone who had had someone in their life die, and it was available to the community for support. My first experience with a mass casualty event where there was mass destruction was when I was in Birmingham, Alabama. I was an intern at that point working on my master's in counseling. I had been a youth pastor for many years, decided to get a counseling degree, and had worked with teenagers, had worked with children. And the week that I started my internship, a series of tornadoes came through Birmingham, Alabama, 1998, and destroyed the western part of the town. And that's the right word. It destroyed it. When we all came out of our homes the next morning and were called out to the disaster site, I got a call as an intern saying, you need to get over to the west side of town. We've been called out to do counseling. And we drove into the area, and it looked like someone had taken a giant sickle and just cut everything from about 2 feet up off the ground and up was just gone. Homes, cars, there were massive injuries. The hospital, Children's Hospital, the University Hospital downtown were inundated with people coming in with injuries. Ultimately, there was a death toll of 34 people who died just in that area of town, and it was devastating. So I was sort of baptized in fire my first week doing my internship at a bereavement counseling center. So the next week, I had at this point not done an individual session with a child. Again, I've been with teenagers. I knew how to communicate to people, but I had not had my first session. My concern in my placement was that I wouldn't be able to do it. I was afraid that if the child started crying and telling me a sad story, I would start crying, and I tend to be a little bit of an emotional person, and I thought, if I start crying, what good am I to this kid? You know? So I was a little concerned. So the next week, we had a child come in who they had been through the tornado. His loss was not specifically the tornado, though, because there was also a rain event that happened for a week or so prior to the tornadoes and then continued afterward. And his younger sister had been washed away off of the back porch of their house and drowned in the flooding. So what wasn't reported with the tornadoes, 34 died as a result of the tornadoes. There were a number of deaths as a result of the floods. So this young man's sister had died as a result of the flood. So I was supposed to go in, and He had come, we had seen him once the week before, and then he came this particular week, and it was going to be my first session with a child as a bereavement counselor, okay? So I went in with this child, and we had set up an activity that day. The activity was he was going to write a letter to his sister, and we had a sort of an outline where it said, "Dear," and he'd write the name. "I want you to know blank. I'm sorry for blank." You know, just sort of sentence starters. So he starts out. I'm sitting there. I don't know what to do, so I give him the activity. I explain you're going to do a letter. So he starts off the letter. He writes, "Dear," puts her name. He writes, "I want you to know I love you." And then he gets to "I'm sorry." And he put his head down. He looked straight down. And you could see like the tears well up in his eyes, and they started dripping on the letter. I didn't know what to do. I just sat there quiet. I felt my eyes welling up. I thought, then I started thinking, don't cry, don't do this to this kid, I was speechless. And I thought, maybe I should say something. I don't know what to say. And finally, what seemed like forever, it was probably just a few seconds, it seemed like forever. You ever been in a situation like that? You're sitting there with a child and you're thinking, I got to do something. This is taking too long. This young man, still looking down, didn't look at me, whispered through his tears and asked me this question. Do you think she knows I'm sorry? It's his question. I'm thinking, I don't know. I don't know I don't know how to answer this question. I'm thinking about my supervisor thinking, thanks a lot. Put me in here with this kid. I don't know what to tell him. There's got to be an answer, but I don't know it. Do you think she knows I'm sorry? So I didn't know what to say, so finally I said, sorry for what? I don't know if that was the right thing to say. I just said, sorry for what? I didn't know what else to say. And then he looked up and he started telling me the story. Now, it's important to understand, this child had not talked about it since it happened. They couldn't get him to talk about the event. And I'm going to say something here. That's his right to not talk about it. There's a lot of people who say when it comes to grief with children, they got to get it out, they got to talk about it. So we try to trick them into it. It is a person's right to hold on to their hurt as long as they want and to share it with us when they're ready. That is such an important concept, and I'll reemphasize that as we go along this afternoon. But he started to tell me a story, and this was the story. They were in their house. It was flooding around the house. It was raining. He said, my mom told me, stay in here in the living room with your sister. The doors are locked. Whatever you do, don't go outside. I'm going to run back and get a quick shower. So that was the situation. So the mom ran back to get a shower. While she was back there, little sister who was 3, 4 years old, kept begging. Please, kept looking out the window. Look, it's a river. Please, can you let me go outside? Please, I just want to go on the porch. I just want to look. I just want to look at the river. Until he finally was so annoyed, he went over and he unlocked the door, and he opened the door and let her go out on the porch. And she was swept away. He confessed to me what he was holding, his sense of guilt and hurt. And we could have assumed anything on this young man. He didn't tell the mom he opened the door. Why not? He didn't want to get in trouble. But he was carrying this burden. And guilt in a child says, I did something wrong and I'm sorry for it. but it's not me. It's something I did. Guilt can turn into shame, and shame says, I'm wrong. I did something bad. So, in just the confessing of it, I then said to him, he told me the story, and then at the end of the story he said again, do you think she knows I'm sorry? And by this point, I said to him, well, why don't we finish your letter and you tell her you're sorry? And that's what he did. He told her, I'm sorry for opening the door. I'm sorry you died. I miss you. And signed his name. And I said, do you want to talk to your mom about this or not? He said, yeah. And we talked to his mom and opened some communication because he had an opportunity. In some ways, he had the opportunity to do this because I got out of the way. Because I didn't know what the heck I was doing, right? So because I was there just present with him, and for whatever reason he felt comfortable enough, he shared something that I believe allowed him the opportunity to begin to deal with something that belonged to him. He opened the door. I wasn't going to talk him out of it. He had to adapt to what had happened. So there are events that we will encounter as communities that have mass casualties. And the first point I want to drive home is that we want to make sure that we recognize that if there are large groups of kids who are impacted, they're not just groups, they're individuals. And each one has their own interpretation and understanding of the situation. And so it's dangerous. I'm going to provide some basic information today about basic things, generalizations. But it's the worst thing we can do is to assume anything on a child based on a list of generalizations we've been given. We need to hear from that child about what their understanding of a situation is so that we can work with them where they are. Becomes important. So there are all types of events that can happen that we would call community crisis events. There's mass destruction events where maybe there's not a lot of casualties, but something happens and a lot of property is lost. That can happen in storms. Maybe there's a few casualties but and major destruction. There's also mass casualty events. And then there's what I'm going to call reoccurring violence, because this is something that we don't always equate as an event, but it is an event. And it doesn't get media coverage, not nationally, because it happens reoccurringly, and after a while we stop reporting on it. And we miss that there are children who are living with violence and the murder and the death of not just one loved one, but multiple loved ones and family and friends, and they're living with that understanding and knowledge, and that is an event as well that we have to remember along the way. So mass destruction events, as I said, they're characterized by large-scale loss of property. They're spread, across the community, and they can involve displacement from a person's residence. There may be grief over property or possessions, but there's not a loss of life that happens. But those are events where children do need to be supported as well. We won't talk about that today because we're focusing on events where children have experienced a death. But what we talk about today will apply to children who are also, there's a sense of loss of security that happens when a child is going through a situation that is a mass destruction event. And then mass casualty events, they're large-scale loss of life and personal injury. They can involve large-scale destruction, but they don't have to involve large-scale destruction. There are a lot of types of events that can happen that way. They're spread throughout the community. Typically, there's law enforcement investigation as a part of it and crime. So that in and of itself you create a crime scene where say it's a school like Sandy Hook, where the school becomes a crime scene, and then children lose. So there's a loss of property. It could be a closing of a school, a workplace, grief over the loss of a life, or some physical ability that they've lost that ability. Possible grief over their property, and then this is an event that attracts national media. You're going to have them. We're going to talk about media and how to handle them and deal with that as well. And then there's what I call reoccurring violence. And I want to just speak briefly on this, but keeping in mind that what I talk about applies to this, and I think as communities, when we develop a plan for crisis, this needs to be part of it. Because what we're really talking about today is how we care for our children. And the truth is, and we can certainly debate this back and forth, I don't believe we live in a child-friendly society. Not in general, we don't. That's why we have meetings like this where we can come together and talk about how do we advocate for children. And there are children every day in our community who are living with the death of someone in their life. And as I said, in some areas of our community, children are living with multiple deaths or multiple losses, and it becomes difficult for them. One other thing I'll say about the recurring violence. I have found in communities, when I lived in Birmingham, Alabama, I found that there were a lot of folks who talked about particular areas in Birmingham where there was a high crime rate, and they used this language. Over there, in that community, those individuals, those children, and I think part of the paradigm shift we need to make is we need to begin using language about our community, because it's all our community. We're all connected to one another, and it makes a huge difference when you begin to see San Antonio as our community. So we don't talk about those people or that area. We talk about the area of our community where there is rapid violence. How do we respond and care for children who are living with that? And then how do we look at prevention as part of it as well? So these are large number of deaths in a concentrated subsection of, it could be any community, any town in the United States. Again, it's children who are experiencing multiple deaths of family and friends. It typically is covered daily on the local news. Now, the local nightly news will hit every one of these, and they just go right over them. You know, boom, 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 and they move on to the next story, right? And it often makes the AP wire. So if you go and Google, you'll see from different cities shootings, things that have happened in different cities. But it doesn't typically make the nightly news. And people, they don't go on and on for days. They don't send out a special reporter, all those things, because it happened. It has become commonplace, and that in and of itself is tragic. So I just pulled a few headlines out of I Googled San Antonio, and I pulled a few headlines out. And just popped them up here. 13-year-old shot in front of his house. This was earlier in September, is what it was dated. Son charged with capital murder of parent's death. Teen shot in chest during robbery. Teen shot outside East Side bar. That was just, I just Googled that actually on the airplane on the way over here. And that's when I pulled up. I could have chosen any city in the country, okay? So I'm not picking on San Antonio. I'm saying that I just want to make the point that we have a mass casualty event underway right now. And it is happening because it is a regular occurrence that is interfering with the lives of children. Okay? So consider that, and this is part of what we're talking about. Some mass casualty events can be a couple of different things. They can certainly be events of nature, and we've heard all about those. Katrina. When I was living in Florida, Andrew came through, and we had a number of families that were displaced. I was in South Florida, but wasn't that far south, and the families moved up to us. So we were working the shelters and taking care of families that were displaced. Katrina, we took care of families in Birmingham, Alabama, who were displaced. And we had to have a plan of how we were going to care for all of these families. And when you would go down to the Civic Center, where all the families were residing at the time, it was interesting because the children they were making their own little playgrounds, right? I mean, they were going to find a way to play, because kids play no matter what, whatever the situation is. You'll see images of kids in war zones, and they're playing, right? Kids, that's one of the ways that kids deal with in their reality. And then the other types of mass casualty events is what Daniel Levitin, he's the author of Horrendous Death, Health, and Well-Being, he calls them horrendous death events. And it sounds terrible, but it really, he was trying to coin a phrase that would work for deaths that originate in human activity, right? So it's not a nature didn't do it. A human being made a choice, and that choice cost the life of a number of people. And it's anything from terrorism, genocide, assassination, war, any of those things that you would put under that. And the reason I want to use this definition is because horrendous death, we're talking about how to respond to it, but horrendous death is also about prevention. It means that we can think about how can we prevent something like this possibly from happening in our community. Our presenter this morning, who talked about the brain and the infant's brain and things we can do for our infants that will help them in life, that's prevention of this type of thing. The very example she used with the Unabomber would be a perfect example of how we can prevent some of these events from happening. So that's what crisis looks like. What about children? So how do children react to a crisis event? I mean, you can see some descriptions of young children and older children. I won't read through all of these. Some of them are more obvious than others. We do know in much younger children, they don't have a complete understanding of death. So in their mind, death isn't necessarily a permanent thing. So there's a struggle there. But there are a lot of similarities. In a mass casualty event, you're going to have uncertainty and questions of why, and a child unsure of their own personal safety, because it comes back to have something to do with them. So we know that there's this impact that it has on the life of a child, okay? I think we can all agree to that, right? It impacts a child. I don't have to convince you that a child is impacted by grief. So the real question becomes, how do we care for children who are going through a mass casualty event? And this is where we get a lot of different answers in our society across the board. I've heard everything from, well, just, don't talk about it, don't bring it up, get them away from the TV, and just go on like normal. I agree with getting them away from the TV. Overexposure isn't a good thing. Don't necessarily agree with the don't talk about it, because they're thinking about it, whether you're talking about it or not, right? So a couple of things about childhood encounters with grief, death, and dying that I want to put out there that I think will help us with the model I'm going to suggest that we use in caring for children in the wake of a crisis. Three very quick things. First of all, that the event that a child has encountered is an integral part of that child's development. And so that grief is not, it's not abnormal how they're responding. Something maybe that we didn't want to happen has happened, and a child has resources within them to respond in a certain way. So it's a normal reaction to what's going on in their life, and it becomes part of that child's story. So do we all remember Piaget? How you remember Piaget? Yes, yes. So when Piaget talked about normal adaptation that a child goes through when they encounter a new experience, a death of someone in their life or a mass casualty event becomes one of those events that they are adapting to. So grief, then, is not something that we're trying to take away from the child, because grief is part of that child adapting to what is happening in their life and bringing that to be something in some way accommodating their view of the world to accept this reality that just happened in their life. The other thing is that it is personal to each child. And what I mean by that is that it belongs to them, not to us. So it's not ours to go and take away. So the young man I worked with, it wasn't my place to take away his guilt. That guilt belonged to him, and it was personal. And it was his story, and it was his right to have that how he needed to have it. I have been called out to a number of crisis situations, and when I'm called out, the ones that are most difficult to deal with is when I'm called to the situation and there's chaos going on, kids are running everywhere, there's no plan to start with, and then they'll try to get everyone quiet, and they'll sit all the kids, like I've been in gymnasiums with 400 children, and they'll get everyone quiet and they'll say, well, we have a grief expert here who's going to talk to us all and try and make us feel better. Here, and hands me the mic. Right? I'm standing there thinking, this is not, I don't know if all 400 of these children are ready to discuss this. I don't know if they're ready to be debriefed about this. We don't know any of those things. One of the things we have discovered to be true about a crisis event is crisis debriefing, where we thought if within 48 hours a person has to be debriefed and it's going to help them. And some exceptions are military and law enforcement and who are working in this daily. But a crisis event, what we discovered after 9/11 is that indeed sometimes we can actually pass around false information by doing immediate debriefings and forcing people into groups to talk about it before they're ready to talk about it. That we've discovered that people who didn't talk about it immediately, when they were ready and had the opportunity to do it down the road, were able to deal with that situation themselves. We've also discovered a lot about trauma, that there's a large percentage of individuals who face a traumatic event who do well. No, they actually, there's a phrase coined by Ted Tedeschi out of the University of North Carolina, some research they've done on post-traumatic growth as opposed to post-traumatic stress. And the concept is that they studied a number of young people, a number of adults who have gone through trauma, and what they found was that in time they actually had growth. They appreciated the people in their life more than before the traumatic event. That they appreciated life to a deeper degree. So there were these virtues, if you will, that they developed as a result of the trauma that they had experienced, whatever that trauma was. And some of it was individuals who had someone in their life die. So what we learn from that is that it's not our role to go into a crisis, like you'll hear on the news. This has happened, grief counselors are on site. You ever hear on the news? I mean, it happens all the time. I used to be one of those, a grief counselor on site, and that would be me, and the reporters would report it as if we were in the school right then, just seriously counseling these kids. And you know what we were in the school doing? I was sitting in the principal's office saying, Okay, so here's another good step for a plan for how to care for the kids. Here's a great way to have a community reaction to what's going on. Here's some activities that you can make available to kids. Here's support you can make available. It was never going in and forcing any type of support on anyone. It's offering the support and letting people know where the support is and making sure that it's organized, what you're doing, that you know who is responsible for providing that support. That is the utmost important. The tornadoes I told you about in Birmingham, we went out to the site and we couldn't really find who was in charge of working with the children. So we met up with several other agencies that they were there to work with the children as well. And there was no game plan for the kids. Everyone had their own literature, and I read some of the other literature and compared it to our literature and then other literature, and guess what they did? They contradicted each other. Can you imagine? You go out and you hand the families 5 packets, and they read 5 different versions of what they ought to be doing with their kids? That wouldn't happen in San Antonio, would it? You know, who knows? It can be subtle things, but there has to be consistency in these types of things. And then the last thing about it is that encounters with grief for children, their reaction is visible sometimes, but sometimes it's invisible, and we don't see it. And you know the phrase, the squeaky wheel gets the grease? It's true of this type of thing. So if there's a child who's visibly upset after a crisis, everyone's running to them. They're surrounded. We surround these children. And the children who are quiet and not saying anything, they're fine. Their grades are fine in school. All the things that we use as markers, right? They're still hanging out with their friends. They're perfectly fine. And the truth is that grief can be invisible. They are still grieving. And so support needs to still be offered to those children. The thought is, well, let's not bring it up since they're doing okay. You don't have to lecture them, but to let them know that support is available, whoever they are, if they've gone through the situation, whether they look like they're doing fine or not. Because sometimes it's the children who we think are okay that really aren't okay. I had a kid who was seeing me in counseling. His dad had died from cancer, and his mom went on a trip out of the country. She was a teacher, was taking some students, and so her 2 boys were staying with her sister. So I got a call on Wednesday of that week from the sister, and she said, you know, Andy, my sister told me to call you if I had any problems with the boys. I was like, well, I didn't know I became Uncle Andy, but evidently I was the one that was supposed to be called. So the older boy, they had vacation Bible school that week, and the older boy kept getting sent out of the class. He was smart-mouthing the teacher. He was picking on the other kids, disrupting the lessons. Very uncharacteristic of this kid, because since his dad died, this kid, his grades went up. He was perfect in school. He was still playing all his sports. Everything seemed fine. 9-year-old boy. So she said, I don't know what to do. She said, I about had it. Is there any way he can come see you today? I said, sure. So he comes to the center that afternoon. I walked out to greet him. The way we had our center set up, it was a safe place for kids. We had a playroom and an art room and a basketball goal, things kids love to do. So I went out in the lobby and I said, hey, how you doing? I said, what do you want to do today? He said, I want to go shoot basketball. So we went in the room and we had the basketball goal. We're in there shooting. Did just small talk. So, hey, have you talked to your mom since she's been out of the country? No, I hadn't talked to her. Little stuff. 15 minutes into it, he catches a rebound. He puts it under his arm, and he says to me, can I ask you a question? I said, sure, you can ask me a question. He said, if God is good, then why did my dad die? It's a great question. I looked down at his T-shirt from VBS, and guess what the VBS theme was? God is good, right? So here's this kid. He's not a bad kid. Now we know what's going on with him. Was he grieving all along when we thought he's doing perfectly fine? Yeah. It just manifested itself when someone came out and said, God is good. And he was going, really? Because my dad's dead. And he was reacting to that. So sometimes grief is visible and sometimes it's invisible, and it doesn't happen immediately. It could be months, years down the road that a child or even a young adult experiences grief from childhood. And that does not mean it was delayed grief or they ignored it or didn't grieve. It's called life. And in life, when someone we love dies, we love them the rest of our lives. And we could be 60 years old, and when we were 6, our mom died, and I decide I'm going to be upset about it. Because that's the way grief works in our life, because it is part of who we are. It becomes part of our story, and we carry that with us, and we adapt that into the way that we live our life. So here are just a few key elements. We don't have time today to give a specific plan. I will say this, I hope what comes out of this is an awareness from you, those of you in this room, to say, well, what would be that team we need to put together to begin talking about who is in charge when it comes to the kids, what does the crisis team look like, what kind of information do we want to give families if something like this happens? And create that. And if it's already created, pull it together in a packet. And please read the packet and make sure that all the information you have in there is consistent, so that your own packet doesn't, contradict itself. Good information. Provide options. Don't just provide one thing, one option for families. There may be families where there is trauma experienced, and there needs to be a referral for that. You need to know who we're going to send a child to who is demonstrating signs of trauma. And keep in mind, most of the kids up front will be having nightmares and showing signs of trauma. That's true for people who have been through something traumatic. Most of those kids, those signs will alleviate on their own without you having to do anything special. But there are those that it won't. And you need to know who is going to be on that. So think about that when you think about the team. Who's on the team? I'll tell you this. A librarian makes a great team member. And I'm going to tell you why. Because when you create your information and your materials, and you identify the books that are going to be helpful to families, you then get that all put in the public library. And you can say to families, there are resources available at your library. There are resources available by calling this number. They can put them online. So it's an easy way for families to access support. And we don't always think about it that way. So provide options. Respect boundaries. And what I mean by this is what I talked about earlier. Don't assume anything on a child and decide that you're going to take anything from that child. There are boundaries that are important when we help a child who's going through a crisis. And we don't know what it is that child's really struggling with. So give that child the space they need. You haven't done your job if you've made a child who's sad laugh. All right? Though it is fun to laugh. Okay, don't get me wrong. If you can make a child laugh, make them laugh. But that's not our role, is not to get them to stop crying. Our role is to be a presence with them while they're experiencing what they're experiencing, so that we can learn what's truly going on with them and what support they might need. We're not going to know it if we don't spend that kind of time. Establish communication channels. And what I mean by this is there has to be a way to keep up with one another and who's doing what, when and where, and that includes with media as well. And again, we'll talk about that in a minute. You need to include parents and caregivers. There has to be good information for them that will help them deal with their child. The Harvard bereavement study that was done years ago by Dr. William Warden and Dr. Phyllis Silverman, number one indicator of how well a child will do in their bereavement is their relationship with the surviving parent or caregiver, right? We're not shocked by that. But you've got to include parents and caregivers. If you have a parent who is coming apart, can't go to work, is having a terrible time themselves, 9 times out of 10, their child is going to be experiencing distress as a result of that. Kids will mimic and react to their parents. And then finally, assign follow-up and referrals. This is, again, who do you send kids to? And recognizing that the further we get away from an event doesn't mean that we've left the distress behind that kids are experiencing. Kids will continue to experience distress on down the road. And it could be, like I said, a year or 2 or 3 or into adulthood that they experience things. And as they experience it, we want to be available to help them deal with that. Just a few things about children's needs, and then I'm going to close my portion with a story that I think will wrap it all up together for us. These are just some of the things that I think children need. Now let's talk about just children in general. You can put grieving in front of it if you want, or bereaved. But for children, kind, loving adults. A child who has a kind, loving adult in their life is going to be in a healthier situation. Honesty. Don't tell children lies about how someone died unless you think you can keep it the rest of their life. And I'm going to make you a bet that you can't. You're not going to be able to do that. So be honest with children. Quite often, if it is a homicide or a suicide, we'll shade over the truth because you can't tell a child that. And there's certainly age-appropriate information that you can give a child. But it needs to always be built on the truth, because honesty means that we build trust with our children, and they trust us in the hard times because they could trust us when we went through something difficult, okay? Play. Kids need to play. Kids need an invitation to participate. The kid who's not participating, you don't have to force them. An invitation is, hey, you want to come? No. Okay. And you move on your way. You don't keep after them, but they need that invitation. Sometimes we'll invite, and then the kid says no, and we'll invite, and the kid says no, and we'll invite, and they say no, and then the next time we go to do it, we don't invite them. Why? Well, they're just going to say no. And maybe that was the time that they go, yeah, I'll come along. It's true for your friends who are going through grief too, your adult friends. Keep inviting them out. Don't stop, because the day will come when they'll go, yeah, I'll come. Reassurance. And this doesn't mean that you give them false assurance. You can speak honestly with your kids. If you're someone who's had a spouse die and your child says your child's worried that you might die, talk to your child about that. I'm not planning on dying. I'm in pretty good health. But if it did happen, here's the plan. Here's who would take care of you. Kids want reassurance that they're going to be safe and taken care of. Limited exposure. Get them out from in front of the TV. And then patient adults, because they will come to you with the same questions over and over, or you will have to wait for the opportunity to have that conversation because you're following their lead. But continue to interact and connect with your children. I want to close with a story that I think pulls this all together, because really, I think it's all of our role to advocate for children. My role in life right now is I advocate for kids who are grieving, because it really is misunderstood. It's misunderstood in many of our homes. They're misunderstood in many of our schools and many of our communities, and we want to support for them. And what we hope would come out of this conversation is that we would change the way we look at children who are grieving in our lives. So I was giving a talk just like this to a group of professionals several years ago, business professionals. And at the end of my talk, one of the business professionals came up to me and said, hey, do you have a second? I want to tell you a story. And I said, yeah, sure, I can talk. And he said, well, it's a story about me. Now, as a counselor, I'm always a little hesitant. I'm like, I don't know if I have to report something, or I don't know what the story's going to be. So I thought about it. I was like, well, yeah, we can talk. So I said, okay, go ahead. He said, no. Can we find a private place that I can tell you this story? Then I'm really worried. I'm like, uh-oh, you know. But I said, sure. So we found a place out in the hallway, kind of to ourselves. And here's what he said. He said, you were talking about grief in children. He said, it hit home with me. He said, when I was 8 years old, my mom died from cancer. And I remember she was sick. I remember she had cancer, but I didn't think she would die from it. No one told me really what cancer was. I just knew she was sick. And when she died, I was shocked. I could not believe that she was dead. And then I remember going to the memorial service, to the funeral, and then we went to the graveside service. And then after the graveside service, I remember a bunch of adults came back to my house, and they were all eating. We had a potluck. And he said, I remember through all of that, no one said a word to me. Not a word. He said, I remember sitting on the couch in my living room watching adults walk all around me, laugh, eat food. No one said anything to me. Not a word. He said, as I was sitting there, I decided, well, there's no point in me being here. So he said, I lived about a mile from the cemetery. He said, I went and I got on my bike, and I rode my bike over to the cemetery. And when I got there, he said, I walked over where I knew my mom's grave was, and I sat down on the hilltop. He said they were still still covering her grave. He said, I sat there watching the workers, and one of the workers noticed me. And he walked over to me, and he said, son, you can't be here. Now think about this. I'm paused. When he told me this, one of the workers noticed me. No one had noticed him this whole time. There was a time in our society when that was commonplace. People walked around children and didn't notice. It was the worker who was covering his mom's grave was the first one to notice him. That's a tragedy. So he walked over and, son, you can't be here. And he said, I looked up at that man and I said, sir, that is my mother you're covering up over there. And he said the worker was taken back and reached down and touched my shoulder and said, son, I'm so sorry. You stay here as long as you need. He said he turned around and walked back over and they finished covering her grave. I sat there the remainder of the time until it was done. I got up, I went and got on my bike, I rode my bike back home. I walked in my house, and no one said, where were you? Where'd you go? Oh, did you go somewhere? No one even noticed I was gone. He said, we did not talk about my mom after that day. He said, and I learned not to talk about it. He said, I'm married, I have kids, I'm in my 40s, and you're the first person I have told that story to. 40 years old. First person he's told that story to. Grief is a part of our story. Tragedy and loss becomes a part of our story. If we can create a place that's safe for children, that notices them, we can provide care in whatever situation comes our way. But we need to plan now and be ready and know who's going to provide it and have good information if a situation comes our way. All right, so turn over. Let me just mention, if you want a copy of my slides, you can just email me, and I'll gladly send you that, and I'll also send you some other resources that might be helpful. Okay? Thank you.
my slides available? My name's Bill Day, by the way. As Marion said, I'm in the public relations business. So I work with the media for a company here in San Antonio called Valero, but I'm also on the board of directors of the Children's Bereavement Center and a couple other boards here in San Antonio. We'll talk a little bit about that later, about the importance of having a public relations person on your board. Andy talked a lot about how to deal with children and how to react with children in the event of a crisis. What I'd like to talk today is how your organizations can deal with the crisis, and specifically the communications around something that happens with children, whether it's an act of violence like we saw at Sandy Hook, or even something that affects your organization and is the kind of crisis that can distract you from the care that you provide to children. So we're going to go through some of that. I'll talk a little bit about my background. I'm a former reporter myself, worked in newspapers for quite a while, have handled, since I've been on the public relations side, a number of crisis situations and problems where my organization's reputation could be damaged. So we'll talk some about that and how that can affect your organizations, and away you go. Okay, thank you. So again, talk a little bit about my background. I put this picture up. This is a picture if you've ever been to Love Field in Dallas, the airport. It's a Texas Ranger, and the motto on the statue of the Texas Ranger is "One Riot, One Ranger." So they used to, the lore of the Texas Rangers is they'd have some town that was out of control, and they'd send one ranger in to take care of it, clean it up. And so I put that on there when I talk about media relations, because that's what you're going to feel like. If you're the person assigned to go talk to the reporters because of some event that happened, whether it happened to your organization or some other organization like yours. So that's just preparing you. We'll talk some stuff today, and we'll give you some tips so that you don't feel like you're outgunned, like you're the only ranger in town. We'll have some time to talk about crisis communications, how you can handle that. We'll try to keep some time at the end for Q&A. But if you have a question, if I say something and you don't know what I'm talking about, or something pops up, feel free to interrupt me. Just raise your hand. We'll answer your question best as we can. This is a little bit about my background. I won't read the whole thing, so we're not here to talk about me today. The picture on this slide, that's me on the left there. You can, I don't know if you can tell, but my jaw is like really clenched, like, oh my God. The gentleman with the gray hair, that's my boss, the CEO of Valero Energy Corporation. And we're sitting around a table talking with some reporters. And this is kind of not a crisis situation, but more of an innocuous situation. And we'll talk about this too. I could tell you stories about each of those three reporters. The woman sitting next to me, that's Jessica Resnick-Alt. At that time, she was working for Dow Jones. Today, she's an editor at Bloomberg. The man next to her, his name is Victor Epstein. He was at Bloomberg. Today, he's at the Des Moines Register in Des Moines, Iowa. And then the guy to the far right, Erwin Seba, he is in Houston. He's a reporter with Reuters. And I tell you all those things about them not to show off or to prove that I'm hobnobbing with reporters. But this situation that we were in, where we're doing the interview here, is a very basic situation. I knew each of these three reporters, knew them well, knew what kind of reporters they were, what sort of questions they were asked. And my boss and I did not have to meet these reporters when one of our units is burning down, or one of our workers has suffered an injury or worse, or in your situation where you have some sort of crisis you're dealing with. That's not really when you want to introduce yourselves to reporters. You want to get to know them, if you can, during much more routine situations, so you get some understanding for who they are, what they're after, what they're about, and they, importantly, get some understanding of who you are and know that you're reliable. So what is media relations? What does that mean? It would be a really good idea for you, before you have a crisis situation, to designate somebody in your organizations to be the person who will respond to questions from the media, or to try to push messages out to the media. And Andy talked a little bit about communications. It's very important to establish those lines of communications, if you can, before you have to. So what this means, if you have somebody at your organization who is responsible for talking to the media or getting these messages out, well, they would answer questions as they come in. They would draft press releases and know who to send those press releases to. You might want to use a service to monitor what's being said in the media about your organization or organizations like yours, because that's what your donors are going to know. That's what people that you serve are going to know. It would be a good idea for you to know that as well. Find out who these people in the media are. Manage crisis communications when they come up, and we can talk about that a little bit more in detail. And then they're going to be the same kind of people who assist with your events, work with your donors. Oftentimes it's either your executive director or the second in command, or someone often who works in marketing because they're doing the same sort of communications. One of the important things that this person will do is to work with your board of directors, your major donors, your staff, to communicate to them how the media work. Because a lot of times people don't really understand the differences between newspaper reporters, TV reporters, website reporters, which are its whole different thing. The more you understand that, the more you can prepare the people you work with for what could be coming in the event, especially in the event of a crisis. So why would you want to do that? Well, because the media are different than you and me. And think about, in your organizations, if you work with kids, all the regulations that you have to deal with, all the laws and the policies and all those things. And then think about an industry that has absolutely none of that, and that's the media. The media has no regulations whatsoever. Not only do they not have regulations about how they operate, they have not even a law, a constitutional amendment that prevents there ever being any regulations on how they do their business. The First Amendment, when I was a reporter, I memorized the First Amendment. It's very important to reporters. Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of the press. The best thing that ever happened to the media. They can say pretty much whatever they want. If they say something that you don't like, or even if they say something that's not true about your organization, there's not really that much you can do about it because they're protected. Very different from the type of environment you're in where any little mistake can be amplified and magnified pretty quickly. So knowing that the media are different, and you maybe have some ideas already of what the media are about, why even bother dealing with them? Why wouldn't you just say, I'm not going to comment or forget it? Well, the risks of that are greater than the risks of talking to them. That's my belief. And I would tell you the best thing to do is to, if you get questions coming in from the media, especially on a regular basis, to use that as a way to build these relationships, to get to know the reporters, to establish some kind of contact with them. And then when you do have a crisis situation, you have already made these relationships. Plus, you're nonprofits. You are in the communities. You're soliciting donations from people. You have a story to tell, and it's a good story. You help people. You make people's lives better. Why wouldn't you want people to know about that? And you have some responsibility as a public entity filing 990s and so forth to be out there and be communicative with the media. So that's why you want to participate with the media when you can. Okay, so how do you do that? You're an agency, you may run a child development center, you may run some sort of assistance program. These are not usually the kind of things that get a lot of media attention. That's probably good. In the cases where they do get media attention, usually it's not something you really want. What are some good ways to increase your visibility and maybe work on some of these relationships with the media? There are ways that you can proactively go about doing this. You can open up some contacts with the media, you can solicit some coverage, you can send them press releases. If you all are here in San Antonio, do you know who the reporters are who cover nonprofits for the Express News and for the San Antonio Business Journal? Do you even know that they have such a thing? Okay. At the Express News, it's a woman named Melissa Fletcher Stolce. She covers nonprofits. That's her beat. That's what she writes about all the time. It'd be very good for you to get to know her, get to know who she is, her email address, put her on your list when you send things out. At the San Antonio Business Journal, it's a guy named Mike Thomas. Does the same sort of thing. He's the reporter who covers nonprofits. And this it's an area of coverage for them. They want to know about how your donations are doing, what kind of services you're providing. It's some interest to them. Look for ways to open a dialogue for the media. One of the things I like to see nonprofits do is distribute an expert's guide. You all are experts at something, delivering services to kids, taking care of kids. You know something about childhood development, whatever it is. You know much more about that subject, much, much more about that subject than any reporter you will talk to. And forget the mystique about people who are on television and stuff like I was on television. Listen, I told a story at lunch today about, I was doing a TV appearance and I was waiting to go on, so I dashed into the bathroom and went in there and, oh, there's all this makeup and stuff on the counter. I'm like, oh my God, I'm in the women's bathroom. So I ran out real quick and checked the door. No, it was the men's bathroom. And they had all this, makeup lined up for the anchormen and the reporters on TV. That's the kind of people you're dealing with. They're, you build up this mythology about, oh, he's on television and I invite him into my living room every night and he's going to inform me on all the important events going on in the world. And really it's a guy who wears makeup, okay? So treat them like you would treat anybody else, anybody that you would talk to, anybody that you would explain. Imagine if you're standing in line at the grocery store and somebody says to you, what do you do? And you say, oh, I work with children and we have a tough time of it. You know much more about that subject than anybody else. So put together an expert's guide. Here's a list of someone that you can talk to if you have questions about infant development. Here's someone you can talk to if you have a question about early childhood. Here's someone you can talk to if you have a question about how to react to a crisis situation or how to explain things to children. That's the first question that always pops up. How am I going to explain this to my children? Here's somebody that you can talk to. And then you can either email this to the relevant reporters or actually print it up for old people like myself who actually like to look at stuff that's on a printed page. You can offer press releases or what's called op-ed, opinion editorial pieces, columns to the newspaper on subjects that are in the news, that are in your area of expertise. Again, just because it doesn't affect you directly doesn't mean you can't have an opinion on it, and the media, not being experts on a subject, would like to hear from people who do have some expertise on this stuff, who can offer some rational commentary on something rather than just spouting off. And then I would say that, and this is kind of strikes home close for me, on your board of directors, if you're part of the process of recruiting people to serve on your boards, please tell me you have someone with some PR experience on your board. You probably want to have a lawyer on your board. You probably want to have an accountant on your board. You can scam some free work out of these people instead of paying good money to hire a PR firm. If you have somebody with some public relations experience, and I don't mean myself, by the way, but if you have somebody else with public relations experience on your board, that's a very good thing, and they can help you with press releases and things like that. And I've done this not only with the Bereavement Center and the several other boards that I sit on for that reason, but also with the other people that I work with at Valero. A lot of executives at Valero sit on nonprofit boards, and they have some issue pop up, and they come to my office and they say, can you help us with this? And we have some media asking us questions, and I say, sure. So either have somebody with some public relations experience or somebody who knows somebody with some public relations experience, or you may be in the position of hiring someone with public relations experience. And then there's the things you can do to react when there is a situation and you have to react. Again, designate somebody who's going to answer the questions. It's usually one person who can speak with authority. Hopefully you have done this in advance before you need it. Hopefully this person has some experience or has had some training in dealing with the media. You don't necessarily need a lot of it. It's, like I said, just having a conversation. You know much more about the subject matter than they ever will. So you'll be okay if you haven't, you don't have like a slick presentation or anything. But there's some things that can make you more comfortable dealing with the media, and that might not be a bad idea. When there's opportunities, speak up and do so. And that sort of brings us into some of the situations that can occur that we would consider crisis communications. Used to be thought of as an acute situation. Something happened and everybody's reacting to it. But really the definition that I use of crisis communications is anything that the media can use as an opportunity that will affect your organization's reputation long-term in the community. And this can be something that's happening right now, or it can be something that has happened in the past and is kind of stretching out and is having a long-term effect. And some examples of this are, I don't know, fundraising scandals. I try to come up with some things. Somebody acting badly in your organization and getting caught, and you have to answer for it. Leadership change, and you want to reassure your donors and the clientele that you serve that everything's going to be fine, but we have a new leader coming in, and other organizations' issues. And this is the point I would like to leave you with. It does not have to be your issue or something that you did to become your problem, all right? So if there is a children's organization in Florida and they have some big scandal, reporters in your area are very likely to come to similar organizations and say, how do you prevent something like this from happening to you? What steps have you taken to make sure that this isn't going to happen to your kids? When, I don't know if you remember way back with the Oklahoma City bombing, there was a daycare center in the Murrah building, and kids were affected, children were killed. There were stories all over the country the next day about daycare centers in federal buildings or public buildings and what kind of steps they took. And there was nothing that those daycare centers did to invite that coverage, but they all had to answer questions about it anyway. So that's the sort of thing that can come up. Now that can be a crisis situation that, if handled badly, can affect the reputation of your organization, or it can be an opportunity where, if you handle it well, you can get to know the reporter and you can make yourself look good, and it can actually be a little bit of good publicity for you. But please remember, it does not have to be your fault or something that you did to end up being something that you're called in front of the cameras for, like that poor sap on the picture there. There's some challenges to dealing with the media. There's some things that have changed even in the time, young as I am and fresh and new to this industry, that have changed. When I started out, when I was in college, we were still typing stories on typewriters. All right, so some of you kids in here, a typewriter is a thing that looked like a computer keyboard, and you press real hard, and a thing would go up and it would hit a ribbon that had ink on it and put letters on pages. And a page is like a piece of paper, right? So that's, when I started, we were typing on typewriters, and by the time I got out of school and was working in professional newspapers, then we were working on these old computers, and we had floppy disks that were like this big, you know. So everything has changed in the time period that I have been in the journalism business. Traditional media that you think about with newspapers, TV stations, they've downsized quite a bit, especially with TV. You know, I mentioned the two people here in San Antonio that covered nonprofits on a regular basis, Melissa and Mike. There's nobody like that at the TV stations. The TV stations have a handful of reporters, and those reporters don't really have particular subject matters that they follow. They're even less of experts than the newspaper reporters are. So they're very short-staffed at the TV stations. The person who's going to come out and talk to you about whatever issue you have was at the Speedway yesterday talking with race car drivers about race cars, and the day before that he was at the city council meeting talking about some wacky ordinance. They don't really follow enough issues to know what's going on a regular basis, and then they move every year or 18 months to a bigger market, so they really have no idea what's going on, and you really have to work with them. Newspapers, it's a little bit different, but with all the downsizing that's taken place in the media and as lean staff as they have, they really don't have time to get really, really deeply involved in the issues at hand. So that creates, again, some risks and some opportunities. We talked about TV, radio, websites, the differences between those. People often perceive that there's a bias in the media, that they're liberal or conservative, or they only want to write about negative things and they only want to write about strife. It's not quite true. But there is an emphasis on conflict. And conflict can take all sorts of forms, but that's what makes a good story, is something is in conflict with something else. And that friction between the two things makes for good stories. If you are setting out to do your job, and you do your job well, and everybody's happy, that's very nice for the people involved, but it doesn't really make a good story. If there's some conflict involved in there, even something as innocent as you are setting out to do a good job, and you're doing it, but you don't have enough funding to really do the job, that creates some of that conflict. So it doesn't have to necessarily be person against person conflict or you're right and you're wrong kind of conflict. It's just something that keeps the expected thing from happening. That's what reporters are looking for. That's what makes an interesting story. They all want to do the interesting story. If there's any bias in journalism, it's in favor of the interesting or the conflict over the routine and the expected. Because again, they're looking to make a big story. They want to get a better job. They want to move to a bigger market. They want to win some prizes. They want to get the Pulitzer. You know, nobody ever got advanced by writing stories about, here's, you know, the plane took off at 9 o'clock, it climbed to 36,000 feet, flew in a straight line, and then it landed safely at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That's my story. There's nothing really inherently interesting in that story. So they're going to be looking for conflict, not necessarily bias. They're not biased against you. They're not really looking for dirt. They're just looking for something to make an interesting story. Knowing that will help you out when you talk to them. They're just doing their job. They're just trying to give their readers or their viewers something interesting. So when they ask you questions and they look like they're poking around for something, you know, negative, they're just looking for something interesting. Go back to what I said about reporters are always looking for help. They are not experts. You are the experts. So they're looking for your help. This is an opportunity. You can either provide them with some kind of guide to here's what you can go by, or you can just do what you normally do and be expert at it. There are a lot more options to deal with. You don't have to sit around and wait for reporters to call. If you have something that you want to get out there, some story you want to tell, you can send a press release. But also think about things like websites. Even if a newspaper, you send them some information, they may not do a story about it with a headline on the front page or something like that, but they might put it on their website. And TV stations are the same way. TV stations have websites too. And the great thing about that is, then you can take a link to that story and send it in an email to all of your friends and supporters and say, hey, just wanted to make sure you knew about this thing. We got some coverage in the newspaper. Here's a link to it, and you can leverage it that way. So think about that. Think about social media, putting stuff up on your Facebook page, trying to get things on other people's Facebook page, blogs, any of that kind of stuff. That can all be leveraged through the magic of the internet. Most of the TV stations here in San Antonio have a morning TV news program or a weekend TV news program. It's kind of like News Light, where they have features in and they talk about softer subjects. They're almost, I don't want to use the word desperate for guests, but they're always looking for people to come in who are willing to be on television talking about whatever they got going on. So if you find out who the producers are to those things or who runs those programs, and this is all on their websites, you can say, hey, I have something going on. Might be worth coming on your talk show, and I can talk for 15, 20 minutes about issues affecting kids. That's a great way for you to get publicity. The radio stations here are all required by the government to have some kind of public service program. You can do that. One of the boards that I sit on is Texas Public Radio here in San Antonio. They launched a program earlier this year called The Source that's a lot like Talk of the Nation if you listen to National Public Radio. It's a local program where they have somebody who's an expert come in and talk about an issue at hand. Perfect. You know, call those guys up. Next time you have something about kids, I happen to work with kids, we would love to be on your show. And it's a way for you to get some publicity. And then last, the 24-hour news cycle that we call it. You know, it used to be, if you're really old, and it doesn't look like anybody here is that much older than I am, but you know, there used to be a newspaper, it would come to your door, and then stuff would happen that day, and then the guys in the newspaper, and they're guys, you know, and they'd type it on their typewriter, and then it would magically get printed in the newspaper, and then the next day, there's another newspaper waiting for you. So it's like once a day, you go out and here's everything that happened yesterday. That doesn't happen anymore. Now it's like, even with television, if you see it on television, it already happened half an hour ago. What you really want to do is go to Slate or whatever, and you know, it's happening right now. There's no such thing as deadlines really anymore. So again, this is a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. The 24-hour news cycle, again, means reporters are not quite desperate, but eager to fill all that time. You got to fill that time with something, and they're looking for people who can explain complex issues to them. And if they have a complex issue that relates to kids, you are the experts, and you can take advantage of that, and you can be the person who gets that publicity. So if it's a crisis, if it's something going on with kids, if it's something in politics where they're talking about funding or, I don't know, affordable health care for kids or whatever, you're the experts on that. You can use that as an opportunity to speak with the media. That's pretty much all I have. If there's any questions for either me or Andy, we'll be happy to take them. I think we're right on time. Anyone?
I did want to comment that this is what I hope to be the beginning of a conversation. Our concern, again, is that sometime, probably in the foreseeable future, there will be a challenge here in San Antonio to our children, for our families, for our agencies. We want to be prepared. I really want to acknowledge back there one of those kind of quiet heroes. Jeannie DeVault, raise your hand. This is the lady, when I kept asking who is caring for the children, who took the time from the American Red Cross, who volunteers, who went through Katrina, who talks in terms of reality, who came into my office in our lovely building and said, you realize you're not going to be able to go to the scene of a crisis and have beautiful therapy rooms like this and have your counselor sit down. We understand that. We also understand there need to be a group, and for lack of a better words, we're calling it the Kids Corps, who's willing to come together to discuss how do we care for the children. They're not used to being in confined places, to having people with guns walk around and keep the peace, to having chaos of parents who possibly have lost their life savings in their home. When that tragedy does occur, whether it be big or small, we want to know that nonprofit agencies who care for kids are out there. We want to know that the next time there's a Sandy Hook, and Michelle and our staff is approached about how do you talk to kids about death, that we understand what communication's about, that we have the literature, that we have the, I don't want to say sound bites, but that we have the crisis statement there. So we'll be putting out a call for those who are interested to come together to work with us to create a community plan that's integrated into a disaster response system. We're not going to be out there doing something by ourselves. We want to work with the Red Cross, with the South Texas Regional Authority, with the Salvation Army, and all of those. But we feel as though it's important to have people who are just there because we care about the kids, while everybody else is dealing with the other pieces of the disaster. So if you're interested, my name's Marion. You can find any of us or talk to Bill, talk to Kathy Fletcher, and join us in this new effort to make sure that in times of a crisis, we're there for the children. I thank you for coming today. Congratulate everybody on the great conference. Thanks.
My name is George Block. I'm a Voices board member. And every year I'm given the annual Cam Messina Challenge, which is to find a common thread that went through all of these talks. And I think Kathy and Adam finally outdid Cam by creating 13 talks, so it was impossible to go to all of them. Kathy gave me a couple of notes, and I told her the only people that are going to be here at 4 o'clock are either A, the most serious, or B, those who are the most smart and are waiting for the parking lot to clear out. She said, that's a good audience. If you have the serious and the smart, you have a good audience. So she wanted me to point out that at your seats you have a donation envelope that I hope has Voices for Children's address on it. And if you had a good experience today, please consider giving a donation to Voices. We're just like you. We're a nonprofit. We live and die on our memberships and our donations. From what I could see, it was a spectacular day. If it was, give a large donation. If you had a horrible time, give us a small one. If you enjoyed the printed materials and the artwork on the printed materials, please thank Pollock Printing. One of our board members, Missy Woolard, who did a spectacular job. Naturally, everything came in late from all the speakers and researchers, and at the last minute, came out with beautiful materials. So we owe a big thanks to Pollock Printing and Missy. Thank you. So I'm going to give my crack at what, of the 4 talks that I saw, what I picked up as the common theme. And if you agree, great. If you don't, say, hey, he's full of shit and leave. So what I saw was, just like you in the morning, I saw the keynote, legislative. The afternoon, I went to the adolescent and the home visitors. You know, I didn't know really what to do about the adolescent. I thought, what am I supposed to do with this? My kids are in there. Am I supposed to call my kids and apologize? Gee, I wish I had known this 22 years ago. I mean, it was a spectacular talk. A number of people in this room we saw earlier in the summit at the Global Leadership Summit. And one of the points that was made at that summit was that loving is doing. It's not saying, it's not feeling, it's doing. It's all the small things that all of us do in our daily life to make things better for those we love, to help through the day, the week, the life. Loving is doing. So just sort of hold on that thought or tie it to one of those balloons that was in your way earlier today. And then take that and put it next to the thought that our keynote speaker had about trauma is frozen fear. To me, that was a profound deal. That was a write it deal. I have a sprained hand, and I wrote it, and I can barely read it because my hand is sprained. And I thought it was also incident when she expanded and said it's not one incident, but repeated profound incidents. And then it was even more impactfully when she sort of showed what cures trauma. It's love. Acts. I went, aha. That's why we were at that seminar in August. To learn that it's not saying or feeling, it's doing. So what cures trauma? It's repeated, profound acts of love. And I always thought the opposite of fear would be security or comfort. I didn't understand until today that the opposite of fear is love. I also thought that was maybe the opposite of hate. But it's the opposite, it's the antidote for fear. And we went to the legislative session, and Mike talked about teamwork, and Carlos talked about 2%. And the words of love were ringing in my ear. And as a ex-coach, the best teams are teams that love each other, that will do anything for each other, that have that profound love bond with each other. And you think, how do you do 2% more love? Well, one of the guys on our board is Pat Frost, and I always tease him that banks get rich on 2% interest. And he points out to me that a small number times a large number is still a large number. And so how do we make change? How does this group in this room make change over the next year or 2 years or week or 2 weeks? So it's all of us collectively working as a team to do 2% more. Acts, not thinking, not feeling, not hoping, acts of community love. And what are 2%? What are acts of community love? For me, it would be on some of these talks today where I didn't know much, it'd be maybe reading that email that I deleted so that I knew more about that issue. But maybe following and clicking on that article and printing it out and taking it with me on a plane so I can read that article and know more about that issue. Or maybe it's one more email that week or one more phone call that week, or one more handwritten, or in my case, hand-scribbled note that week. One more. And here's the deal about 2%. Interest compounds. When Einstein was asked about the most powerful mathematic law, everybody expected him to say E equals mc squared, and he responded, compound interest. Because 2% compounds. 2% compounds on 2% compounds on 2%, and in 4 years you don't have 8, you have 10. And in 8 years you don't have 20%, you have 25%. The number gets huge fast at 2%. And then we find out that we personally compound. We find that we can do more than 2% a week. We can maybe do 2% a day. And maybe Monday is going to be the day I read an article, and Tuesday will be the day that I send an email, and Wednesday will be the day that I make a phone call. And pretty soon we're doing 2% more a day by doing one more thing a day. 2% more a day. Okay? 2% more act of community love. Those repeated, profound acts of love are the antidote to fear. I think we saw as a community sort of the theater of fear a month ago with the non-discrimination ordinance. It should have been a nothing deal. It was nothing. But a theater of fear played out. And the way to defeat fear is through love. Repeated, profound acts of love. As Mike said, working as a team. As Carlos said, 2% more, 2% more, 2% more, all of us together. This is the best possible group to do it. Every day, what everyone in this room does are profound acts of love. We all do it nearly to the point of exhaustion, often to the point of confusion, but we can always do 2% more. And when this group starts compounding 2% interest daily on profound community acts of love, that's what starts a tidal wave of change. And baby, I can't wait to surf. Thank you for being here. See you next year.